Imagine this: you're doing everything right, yet nothing seems to move. Doors stay closed, prayers feel unanswered. You start to wonder if life has forgotten you. But what if I told you it hasn't? What if every delay, every silence, and every heartbreak was part of a precise design shaping you for something only your soul can handle? In Buddhism, there's a quiet truth. Life never rushes what's sacred. The lotus doesn't bloom in winter. It blooms when the mud, the water, and the sunlight all agree it's time. So, before you give up or doubt your path, pause and listen, because this might be the moment when life is actually working for you, not against you. 1. The universe doesn't work on clocks. It works on readiness. Time, as we measure it with clocks and calendars, is a human invention. It helps us schedule our days, but it cannot measure the rhythm of the soul. The universe, however, follows a completely different kind of timing, one based not on seconds or minutes, but on readiness. Think about a seed buried deep in the soil. No matter how much you water it or how many times you check it, it will not sprout until the conditions are perfect. The soil must warm, the moisture must reach the right balance, and the seed must gather enough strength from within to push through the darkness. The same is true for you. You are that seed. Your dreams, goals, and desires are all waiting for the right spiritual season to bloom. When you say, "Why hasn't it happened yet?" and the universe gently replies, "Because you are still becoming the person who can handle it." We often believe we are ready simply because we want something deeply, but desire is not the same as readiness. Wanting success is easy. Being emotionally, mentally, and spiritually strong enough to hold that success is another story. Many people rush their process. They want love before they've learned self-love, recognition before they've mastered humility, or wealth before they've understood responsibility. And so, life slows them down. It delays what they desire, not as a punishment, but as a form of divine training. Each delay, each unanswered prayer, each moment of silence is the universe whispering, "Grow a little more, strengthen your roots. You're not being denied, you're being developed." Just like a flower that doesn't bloom when the clock strikes spring, your life won't open up just because you think it's time. It will open when your inner energy, your wisdom, and your emotional balance align perfectly with what you're asking for. Sometimes, what we call bad timing is actually perfect protection. The universe sees what we cannot. It knows when giving you something too early could harm you, overwhelm you, or distract you from what truly matters. You may be praying for a door to open, but the universe is still building the strength in your hands to carry what's behind it. So instead of asking, "Why not now?" try asking, "What is life still teaching me before I receive this?" This shift in mindset changes everything. It replaces frustration with faith, impatience with peace. It reminds you that your timeline isn't broken, it's just different. Every delay is a part of your sacred preparation. When you stop chasing moments and start cultivating readiness, you'll find that everything you once tried to force will begin to arrive naturally, effortlessly, and beautifully aligned with who you've become. Trust that divine timing is not about waiting for luck, it's about growing into alignment. When you are finally ready, life will unfold exactly as it's meant to, not a second too early, and never a second too late. 2. The pause between chapters is sacred. There comes a time in everyone's journey when everything seems to slow down, when life feels like it's holding its breath. The plans that once moved forward suddenly stop. The people who once surrounded you fade away, and you find yourself in a strange in-between space, not where you used to be, but not yet where you're meant to go. Most people fear this stage. They call it being stuck or lost. But in truth, this pause is one of the most sacred parts of your growth. In Buddhist philosophy, this in-between space is like the bardo, the spiritual gap between death and rebirth. It's a time of silence, transformation, and inner cleansing. It's the womb of rebirth, the calm before your next evolution. Just as night gives way to dawn, your soul also needs moments of stillness before new beginnings. The pause between chapters isn't empty, it's fertile. It's where your next version is being written quietly, unseen, and without noise. The universe often slows you down, not because you're unworthy, but because rushing ahead would destroy what it's still building within you. Think about the caterpillar. When it enters the cocoon, everything it once knew dissolves. Its body melts into nothingness. To an outsider, that might look like the end, but in truth, it's a holy pause before wings. Your pause might look like uncertainty, like waiting for a job, healing from heartbreak, or wondering why everything feels quiet. But this silence is not absence, it's alignment in progress. The universe is rearranging circumstances, removing distractions, and fortifying your inner world so that when the next chapter begins, you are not the same person who entered the pause. It's in this stillness that real growth happens, not when you're busy, not when you're achieving, but when you're sitting with yourself and learning to simply be. In these moments, instead of rushing to fill the void, listen. Ask yourself, what is this silence trying to teach me? Maybe it's teaching you patience. Maybe it's showing you that your worth isn't tied to productivity. Maybe it's giving you space to release what no longer fits. Whatever the reason, trust that this pause has purpose. When the universe delays your movement, it's because it's preparing a smoother road ahead. When it silences your noise, it's because it wants you to hear your own heart more clearly. Every great transformation requires stillness before motion, just as every inhale requires a pause before the exhale. So when you feel like nothing is happening, remember everything is happening beneath the surface. The pause between chapters is not the end of your story. It's the sacred breath between one heartbeat and the next. Rest there. Breathe there. Trust that your stillness today is creating the strength, wisdom, and calm you'll need for the next chapter tomorrow. Delays are life's hidden direction signs. Every delay you encounter, every unanswered prayer, every plan that collapses at the last moment is not a mistake. It's a form of divine navigation. The universe has its own mysterious way of guiding you, often not through the doors that open, but through the ones that close. When a path suddenly blocks itself or a relationship ends without warning, it may feel cruel in the moment, but beneath that disappointment is a deeper wisdom quietly rearranging your destiny. What you perceive as rejection is often redirection, a sacred detour that leads you where your soul is truly meant to go. Think about how nature operates. A river doesn't argue when a rock blocks its flow. It simply finds another way around, carving a new path that eventually leads it to the sea. Life works in the same way. The obstacles you face are not walls meant to trap you. They are signs pointing you toward a better direction. Sometimes, the universe delays your arrival because the destination you're heading toward isn't ready for you yet. Or perhaps you are not ready for it. What you see as a setback is often life's way of protecting you from a version of the future that would have harmed your peace, dimmed your spirit, or distracted you from your purpose. In the human mind, delay equals failure. We grow anxious when things don't unfold according to our plans. We tell ourselves, if it hasn't happened by now, maybe it never will. But the spiritual truth is the opposite. The universe doesn't operate by deadlines, it operates by alignment. When your energy, intention, and emotional maturity align with what you seek, the doors will open effortlessly. If they are not opening, it simply means that something maybe in you, maybe in the world around you, still needs to evolve. There's an ancient Buddhist idea that everything that comes to you is perfectly timed according to your karma, your readiness, and your current level of awareness. So when life slows down or shifts unexpectedly, it's not punishing you, it's fine-tuning your path. Imagine driving through fog. You can only see a few meters ahead, but if you trust the process and keep moving slowly, the road eventually reveals itself. The universe works exactly like that fog. It gives you just enough light for the next step, never the entire map. That's not cruelty. That's protection. If you saw everything ahead, you'd rush too fast and miss the lessons that make you wise enough to handle what's coming. Every delay contains a message. Sometimes it's saying, be patient. Other times it's saying, take a new route. Maybe that job didn't work out because there's another one coming that will fulfill not just your wallet but your soul. Maybe that person left because they would have pulled you off your spiritual path. Maybe the opportunity you thought you lost wasn't yours to begin with. The pain you feel when something doesn't go your way is actually the pain of realignment, the discomfort that comes from being pulled back on course. And here's the truth few realize. Delays don't waste your time. They prepare your time. They give you the chance to strengthen what's weak, to clear what's cluttered, to grow what's still undeveloped. Life doesn't just want you to arrive, it wants you to arrive ready. So, when you face a delay, don't collapse in frustration. Step back and ask, what lesson is this delay revealing? What direction is it quietly pointing me toward? You may notice that the things you once begged for would have led you to chaos, and the doors that closed were actually blessings disguised as barriers. Remember, the universe is not against you, it's protecting your timeline. You are being guided by an intelligence far greater than your logic. One day, you'll look back and realize that every no, every not yet, every pause that made you doubt yourself was perfectly placed to redirect you to the path that was always meant for you. So the next time you face a delay, trust it. Don't curse the timing, decode it, because what feels like being stuck is often life saying, you're being rerouted to something far better. The roads may twist, the plans may change, but the destination, the one meant for your soul, never disappears. Every delay, no matter how frustrating, is simply the universe adjusting your path to make sure you arrive exactly where and when you're supposed to. 4. Your soul's timeline is different from society's timeline. We live in a world obsessed with speed. Everyone wants to arrive somewhere fast: success, love, money, recognition. Society measures worth by milestones. Graduate by this age, marry by that age, own a home before 30, be settled before 40. And when your life doesn't follow this invisible checklist, you begin to feel like you're falling behind. But here's a truth most people never understand. Your soul is not in a race. It doesn't care about deadlines, calendars, or comparisons. It moves according to its own sacred rhythm. The universe is not counting your years, it's shaping your evolution. Buddhism teaches that each being carries its own karma, a set of lessons, energies, and experiences that must unfold in divine order. That means no two journeys are identical. The lotus doesn't rush to bloom just because another flower opened first. It unfolds only when the sunlight, soil, and water are perfectly aligned. Likewise, you will bloom when your inner and outer worlds reach harmony. Some souls learn their major lessons early and appear to succeed fast. Others are slower because their path is deeper. They are meant to experience more silence, more waiting, more unraveling before they rise. But both are sacred. Both are on time. The problem is that we've been trained to compare timelines. You scroll through social media and see others achieving things you long for: the new job, the relationship, the lifestyle, and a quiet panic sets in. You begin to question your worth, asking, why not me? Why am I behind? But you're not behind. You're just walking a road with a different scenery and different lessons. What if your delay is your protection? What if your timing is slower because you're meant to build something that will last a lifetime, not just make noise for a moment? The oak tree takes decades to grow, but when it does, it stands for centuries. The bamboo spends years growing roots underground before it shoots up seemingly overnight. If you looked at it during those quiet years, you'd think nothing was happening, but everything was. And the same is true for your life. There's a deeper intelligence behind your journey, one that sees your readiness, your emotional depth, your purpose. Maybe you didn't get that opportunity early because your character wasn't yet stable enough to hold the weight of it. Maybe that relationship didn't work out because you hadn't yet learned self-worth. Maybe that dream took longer because the version of you who first wanted it wouldn't have known what to do with it. Life delays you until you're mature enough to receive without losing yourself in the process. Every soul moves through phases, learning, breaking, healing, expanding. Some lessons come quickly, others take years to integrate. Comparing your speed to someone else's is like comparing the sunrise in different countries. Just because the light has reached someone else's horizon doesn't mean it won't reach yours. It's just not your dawn yet. When you trust your unique timeline, you stop living in anxiety and start living in peace. You begin to understand that late is just another human illusion. Nothing in nature ever rushes, yet everything happens exactly when it should. In fact, when you rush what's not ready, you end up damaging what could have been beautiful. Think about fruit that's picked before it ripens. It tastes sour and never fulfills its sweetness. Life is the same. If you force your timing, you rob your experiences of depth and meaning. You meet people you're not aligned with, take jobs that drain you, and chase goals that don't feed your spirit, all because you were trying to catch up. But when you learn to trust your rhythm, everything unfolds effortlessly. You begin to meet the right people, at the right time, for the right reasons. Buddha once taught that the root of all suffering is attachment, and comparison is a subtle form of attachment. You attach to someone else's path and forget your own. You measure your growth with their ruler and lose sight of your own divine pace. But peace begins when you let go of the need to match anyone's timeline. When you stop asking, "When will it happen for me?" and start saying, "It will happen through me when it's meant to," you open a door to freedom. Look back on your life and you'll see proof every major moment that changed you didn't happen early or late. It happened exactly when it was supposed to. You met certain people right when you needed their lesson. You lost things right when it was time to release them. You stumbled onto opportunities right when your heart was prepared to receive them. The divine timeline has always been at work, even when you didn't see it. So, breathe. You're not missing out. You're not slow. You're unfolding in perfect rhythm with your purpose. Stop watching the clock and start trusting the process. Because your soul's timeline doesn't run on human time, it runs on divine precision. And when it's your moment, nothing in the world can delay it. 5. The things you lose are the things that were holding you back. Loss feels like the end of the world when it arrives. The heartbreak that tears through your chest, the opportunity that slips away just when you thought you had it, the friendship that fades without explanation, these moments can make you question everything. You ask yourself, why would life take this from me when I needed it most? But from a higher perspective, loss is not destruction, it is refinement. It is the universe's way of removing what no longer serves your evolution. You are not being punished. You are being purified. In Buddhism, there is a deep understanding that attachment is the root of suffering. We cling to people, possessions, titles, and identities because they give us a sense of control or belonging. But life's natural law is impermanence. Everything changes, shifts, and eventually passes. When something or someone leaves your life, it isn't chaos, it's divine choreography. The universe is simply rearranging your surroundings to make room for what's meant to enter next. But the human mind resists change, especially loss, because it equates familiarity with safety. Yet, what feels safe is often what's silently suffocating your growth. Think about how trees grow. Each year, they shed their old leaves. If the leaves clung to the branches out of fear, the tree would never renew itself, never make room for the green that's meant to replace the brown. You are no different. The things you lose, whether it's a job, a relationship, or even a version of yourself, are the dried leaves of your life. They've served their purpose, taught their lesson, and now must fall away for your next season to begin. Sometimes, the loss isn't about what's leaving, but about who you're becoming. You cannot step into the next version of yourself while carrying the weight of what's outdated. Life removes people who no longer match your vibration, situations that no longer challenge your growth, and even dreams that were built on the old version of you. It's painful, yes, because every release feels like death, but it's actually the death of the false self, the egoic self that clings to control. Look back on your life for a moment. The things that once broke you, didn't they eventually free you? The people you lost taught you independence. The jobs you were denied pushed you toward purpose. The endings you resisted created space for beginnings you never imagined. The universe knows what you need better than you do. While your mind mourns the loss, your soul quietly celebrates the release. Sometimes we beg for blessings while holding tightly to burdens. We say, "Please bring me peace." But we refuse to let go of chaos. We say, "Please give me growth." But we hold on to comfort. You can't receive what's new while your hands are still gripping what's old. The universe will not place a new destiny in closed fists. That's why loss often comes uninvited. It pries your fingers open when you're too afraid to let go. What feels like heartbreak is actually the mercy of the divine. When you lose something, it doesn't always mean you did something wrong. Sometimes it means you did something right. You outgrew it. You reached a vibration where that person, place, or pattern could no longer meet you. Think of a bird that's ready to fly. It can't stay in the nest forever. If it tried, the very place that once protected it would become a prison. The same goes for your soul. What once nurtured you eventually must be released so you can expand beyond it. Loss teaches you trust. It forces you to see that you can live without what you once thought you couldn't. It reminds you that your peace does not depend on people or circumstances. It depends on your connection to the present moment. In Buddhism, this acceptance is called letting go with grace. It's not about pretending the pain doesn't exist. It's about bowing to it with wisdom, saying, "Thank you for the lesson. I release you now." There's a quiet magic in loss. After the storm of grief passes, something extraordinary happens: clarity. You begin to see how every ending carried hidden mercy. You realize the person who left taught you strength, the failure that crushed you taught you resilience, and the door that closed redirected you to a path that finally aligned with your purpose. You see how what you thought you lost was never yours to begin with. It was borrowed time, borrowed lessons, borrowed energy. When you start to view loss as transformation instead of tragedy, something inside you softens. You stop fighting life and start flowing with it. You understand that you don't need to chase or cling. What's meant for you will always return, and what's not meant for you will fall away no matter how tightly you hold it. So when life takes something from you, a dream, a plan, a person, don't curse the timing. Instead, whisper to yourself, something greater is making space to enter, because it always is. The universe never leaves a void without filling it with something better aligned to your growth. The moment you stop mourning what's gone and open your heart to what's coming, you step into true freedom. Loss, when understood, is liberation. It's the universe's most honest way of saying, you're ready to rise higher, but you can't take this weight with you. Patience is the highest form of faith. Patience is not simply waiting, it is a spiritual art, a sacred discipline of the soul. In a world that glorifies speed, patience feels outdated, almost weak. We're told that action creates results, that success belongs to those who move fast, hustle harder, and never pause. But Buddhism teaches something deeper. True power lies in stillness. Patience is not about doing nothing. It's about doing what's right while trusting that the timing of life will take care of the rest. It is faith in motion, the silent confidence that the universe is unfolding everything exactly as it should. To understand patience, you must first understand time. Time, as we perceive it, is linear. We think of past, present, and future as separate entities. But in the spiritual sense, time is cyclical, interconnected. Everything is happening in perfect orchestration. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You water it, nurture it, and trust that nature is doing its invisible work. That trust, that surrender, is patience. The same principle applies to your dreams, healing, and transformation. You plant intentions, take aligned action, and then release control over the outcome. You allow life to unfold in its rhythm, not yours. But why is patience so hard? Because the ego hates uncertainty. It wants to know when. It wants proof. It wants instant results. The ego says, if I don't see progress now, it's not working. But the soul whispers, be still, the invisible work is happening. You can't see the roots growing under the soil, but they're building the foundation for something strong. When nothing seems to be moving, that's often when life is doing its deepest rearranging. Patience is the ability to remain calm in the unseen. Buddhism teaches that impatience is a subtle form of suffering. It arises from resistance, from wanting reality to be different from what it is. You say, it should have happened by now, or I can't wait any longer. That thought alone creates tension and anxiety. But when you practice patience, you release that resistance. You shift from forcing to flowing. You realize that the delay itself is part of the divine design, a necessary pause for alignment, growth, and preparation. What if your delay is your training? What if life is not saying, no, but not yet, there's more for you to learn before this arrives? True patience requires deep faith, not blind belief, but trust born from wisdom. Faith that the universe doesn't make mistakes. Faith that everything you desire will come when you've become the person capable of holding it. When you rush timing, you end up unprepared for what you receive. You might get the relationship but lose yourself in it. You might get success but drown under the pressure. The universe, in its infinite compassion, slows things down not to punish you, but to protect you from premature blessings. Look at the natural world. It is patient by design. The moon doesn't rush its phases. The seasons don't compete to arrive early. The ocean doesn't demand the tide to come faster. Everything flows according to rhythm, not resistance. When you align with this rhythm, you begin to experience peace. You stop forcing outcomes and start nurturing conditions. That's the essence of patience, to focus on what you can do now, while trusting that what's beyond your control will unfold perfectly when it's time. There's a Zen parable about a monk who asked his master, "How long will it take me to reach enlightenment if I meditate every day?" The master replied, 10 years. The monk, eager to progress faster, said, "What if I meditate twice as hard?" The master smiled and said, "Then 20 years. The lesson is simple. Impatience delays what patience would have delivered. The harder you grasp at what you want, the farther it slips. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means trusting the process enough to stop controlling it. When you are patient, you are telling life, "I trust you." You're saying, "I may not see where this is going, but I know it's leading somewhere right." That kind of faith transforms anxiety into calm. You stop begging the future to arrive and start finding meaning in the present, because everything you're waiting for is built in the now, in your daily actions, your mindset, your growth. The patient soul doesn't sit idle. It builds quietly, knowing that every effort is a seed of destiny. Patience also teaches humility. It reminds you that you are not the master of time, you are a participant in something vast and divine. You don't command the seasons, you cooperate with them. You don't force the sun to rise, you align yourself with its light. When you understand this, you stop arguing with the timing of your life. You stop saying, "I should be further ahead," and instead say, "I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." That shift brings profound peace. There will be times when waiting feels unbearable, when silence becomes heavy, when prayers seem unanswered, when progress feels invisible. In those moments, patience becomes your strongest teacher. It breaks your attachment to instant gratification and replaces it with trust. It teaches you that growth is happening beneath the surface. You may not see it now, but the roots are forming. The stillness you're in is not stagnation, it's incubation. The Buddha once said, "Patience is the greatest prayer." Why? Because it's a silent declaration of trust. When you wait with peace instead of panic, you are praying without words. You're telling the universe, "I believe in your wisdom more than my impatience." Every time you resist the urge to rush, you strengthen your spiritual muscles. Every time you choose faith over fear, you align with your destiny. Think of all the moments in your past when impatience led you to pain, rushing into love that wasn't right, forcing decisions out of fear, trying to make something happen before it was meant to. Now, think of the moments when you waited, even reluctantly, and how those turned out to be the best outcomes. That's the pattern of divine timing. Patience doesn't delay your blessings, it ensures you're prepared to keep them when they arrive. When life seems slow, remind yourself that the universe is never late. Everything is in motion, even when it feels still. What you perceive as waiting is actually alignment. The people, opportunities, and circumstances meant for you are being arranged. The energy you've put out is circling back, gathering momentum. Your only task is to stay present, peaceful, and faithful. Keep doing your part and let life handle the rest. So when the mind screams, "When will it happen?" answer gently, "When it's time." When the heart grows restless, whisper to it, "Patience, my soul, what's meant for you can't miss you." And when doubt tries to creep in, remind yourself, the universe has never failed to bring the sun after the night, the spring after the cold, or peace after the storm. Your moment will come, not a second too early, and never too late. In the end, patience is not about waiting for time to pass. It's about deepening your trust in the unfolding of life. It's about walking through uncertainty with grace, knowing that every pause has purpose. It's about replacing the anxiety of when with the peace of I know it will come. The soul that masters patience masters peace, because when you trust divine timing, you stop living in resistance and start living in harmony with existence itself. The universe rewards surrender, not control. We spend most of our lives trying to control everything, our plans, our emotions, our relationships, even the pace of our destiny. We believe that if we just push harder, plan smarter, or stay in control long enough, we can make life obey us. But the universe doesn't bend to human control. It responds to alignment. The more you try to force things, the more resistance you create. The more you let go and trust, the more smoothly everything begins to unfold. Surrender is not about giving up. It's about giving in to the deeper intelligence that governs all things. It's the art of letting life breathe through you instead of constantly trying to hold your breath. To surrender is to understand that control is an illusion. You can't force the waves to calm down. You can only learn to surf. You can't make people stay. You can't make timing perfect. And you can't bend destiny to your personal will. What you can do is align your intentions, actions, and energy with truth, and then let the universe handle the rest. The moment you stop fighting what is, you begin to feel peace. That peace is not weakness, it is wisdom. It's the realization that life has a far greater plan than the one your mind can imagine. In Buddhism, surrender is often compared to the flow of a river. The river doesn't resist the rocks in its path. It moves around them effortlessly, trusting that every curve and bend still leads to the sea. Likewise, when you surrender, you stop struggling against circumstances and begin to move with them. You allow the natural current of existence to guide you instead of forcing your own direction. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this trying to teach me?" That subtle shift changes everything. It turns pain into wisdom, chaos into clarity, and uncertainty into peace. The reason surrender feels so difficult is because the ego thrives on control. It believes that the more it manages, the safer it is. But in truth, control is born from fear, fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of the unknown. The ego thinks surrender is weakness because it confuses surrender with helplessness. But surrender doesn't mean sitting idle and doing nothing. It means doing your best and then letting go of the outcome. It's saying, "I will move with intention, but I will release my obsession with how or when it must happen." That is where freedom begins. When you control, you tighten your grip, and when you tighten your grip, you suffocate what you're trying to grow. Relationships, dreams, and even your peace of mind require space to breathe. You can't hold water tightly, it slips through your fingers, but when you cup your hands gently, the water stays. The same law applies to life. When you approach it with fear and control, you lose harmony. When you approach it with trust and openness, life begins to flow naturally toward you. Surrender is not the end of effort, it's the end of resistance. It doesn't mean you stop acting, it means you stop forcing. It's the difference between swimming with the current and against it. One exhausts you, the other carries you. When you're aligned with the current of life, even challenges become part of your momentum. You realize that every delay, every heartbreak, every turn was not a punishment, it was a direction. The universe isn't trying to hurt you, it's trying to guide you to where your soul can grow. There's a quiet beauty that comes when you stop trying to control outcomes. You begin to notice signs, synchronicities, and subtle nudges from the universe. You start feeling guided instead of lost. This is the magic of surrender. It opens your awareness to a deeper intelligence. You no longer feel alone in your journey because you realize that something greater has always been walking beside you. Think about how the seasons surrender. When winter comes, the trees don't panic because they've lost their leaves. They don't fight to keep them. They let go with grace, trusting that spring will return. The tree doesn't doubt the process, it surrenders to the rhythm of nature. You, too, are part of that rhythm. The more you resist it, the more you suffer. The more you trust it, the more peaceful and powerful your life becomes. When you surrender, miracles happen in silence. Opportunities appear that you didn't plan for. People cross your path at the perfect time. Answers arrive without being forced. This isn't coincidence, it's divine coordination. The universe can't work through a clenched fist, but it can pour blessings into open hands. Surrendering creates that openness. It allows life to do what it's been trying to do all along. Support you. In Buddhist thought, there is a term called Wu Wei, effortless action. It means moving in harmony with the natural flow of life instead of resisting it. This doesn't mean you stop working or dreaming. It means you stop struggling. You become like the bamboo that bends in the storm instead of the oak that breaks. You adapt, you trust, you yield, and in doing so, you endure. The strongest souls are not those who fight every wave, but those who learn to float and find peace within the movement. When you live in surrender, life becomes softer. You stop needing every answer immediately. You stop fearing uncertainty. You begin to see how even the hardest moments were gifts in disguise. You start saying thank you instead of "Why me?" That gratitude shifts your energy completely. Because gratitude is a form of surrender too. It says, "I may not understand this yet, but I trust it has meaning." The universe rewards surrender because surrender is alignment with truth. When you trust life, you vibrate at the frequency of peace, and peace attracts clarity. You stop chasing and start attracting. You stop forcing and start receiving. What's meant for you begins to find its way naturally because you've stopped blocking it with fear. Every great change in your life will come after you finally let go of trying to control it. It's like a person trying to cross a river by fighting the current. They exhaust themselves and get nowhere. But the moment they relax and float, the river carries them exactly where they need to go. That is how surrender feels. The moment you stop fighting, life starts carrying you. Ask yourself, what are you holding on to that's weighing you down? Is it the need to know how everything will unfold? Is it the fear of losing something you were never meant to control? Or is it the illusion that only through struggle can you be safe? The truth is, nothing is ever truly yours to control. Not outcomes, not timing, not even other people. The only thing you truly have power over is your response, your inner peace, and your willingness to trust. Surrender doesn't mean you abandon responsibility. It means you stop micromanaging the universe. You still show up. You still act with love, courage, and integrity. But you release the mental grip that says, "It must happen this way." You understand that sometimes unanswered prayers are the universe's way of protecting you. You stop chasing what's running from you and start trusting that what's meant for you will always return effortlessly, peacefully, and precisely when the time is right. The path of surrender is not easy, but it's liberating. It requires faith stronger than fear. It asks you to release control over your story and trust the author who's been writing it all along. And when you finally do, you'll realize that the universe was never against you. It was always guiding you. Every delay was a setup. Every heartbreak was redirection. Every loss was making space for something far greater. Surrender is not weakness. It's the highest form of strength. It's standing in the middle of uncertainty and saying, "I may not know what's next, but I trust that I'm being carried there." It's looking at what you can't change and saying, "I release this to life." It's walking forward not with fear, but with faith that everything you need will appear on the way. When you stop trying to control life, you start experiencing it. You start noticing beauty in moments you used to overlook. You start realizing that everything, even the waiting, even the falling apart, has meaning. You start living, not surviving. Because the truth is, control keeps you trapped in anxiety, but surrender sets you free. So, breathe deeply. Release your grip. You don't have to figure out every step. You don't have to hold everything together. You don't have to chase what's already meant for you. Trust the flow, not the fear. Trust the unfolding, not the plan. Trust the timing, not the tension. Because the universe doesn't reward those who control it, rewards those who surrender. Those who learn to bow to the rhythm of life, to move with the current, and to allow the divine intelligence that built the stars, the seas, and your soul to guide you exactly where you're meant to go. Let go and watch how beautifully everything begins to fall into place. Everything unfolds exactly as it should, even when you don't understand it. There are moments in life when everything feels like chaos, when plans collapse, people change, doors close, and the world seems to stop making sense. You look up and ask, "Why is this happening to me? Why now?" And in that confusion, you start doubting yourself, doubting the path, doubting even the idea that life has order or meaning. But here's a truth as ancient as the stars. Everything that happens in your life, every joy, every pain, every delay, every heartbreak unfolds according to a deeper intelligence. You may not understand it in the moment, But one day, you'll look back and realize that nothing was random and nothing was wasted. Every thread of your story was weaving you into who you were always meant to become. The human mind craves linear answers, cause and effect, clear beginnings and endings. But life operates like a vast ocean, full of unseen currents beneath the surface. The things you call coincidences are waves guided by the tide of divine timing. When things don't go your way, it's not because life has forgotten you. It's because life sees a path you cannot yet see. The detour is not a mistake. It's a recalibration. It's life, quietly redirecting you towards something more aligned with your truth. In Buddhism, this principle is beautifully expressed through the law of interdependence, the understanding that every cause, every condition, and every moment is connected. The delay you curse today may be saving you from suffering tomorrow. The door that closed last year may have protected you from an outcome that would have broken you. Everything fits. But when you're in the middle of the storm, understanding this feels almost impossible. You feel abandoned, unseen, or betrayed by your own destiny. Yet, it is precisely in these moments that your trust is tested and strengthened. When the universe hides its logic, it invites you to build faith. It asks you to surrender the need to know why and start embracing what is. The truth is, you are not meant to understand the entire path, only the step in front of you. Understanding comes after the journey, not during it. Think about the most transformative moments of your life. Did you plan them? Did they unfold according to your expectations? Most likely, they came disguised as pain, disappointment, or sudden change. The breakup that shattered you made room for self-discovery. The failure that embarrassed you revealed your true resilience. The rejection that stung opened your eyes to a higher calling. What you once thought was the end was really the beginning of a deeper awakening. You couldn't see it then because wisdom is always born in hindsight. You can't read the meaning of a sentence until it's finished, and life works the same way. Imagine watching a painter up close, only seeing brushstrokes of color with no sense of the full picture. From that perspective, it looks messy, random splashes of blue and red, harsh lines, incomplete forms. But when you step back, you see that every stroke had a purpose. It wasn't chaos, it was creation. The universe is painting your life in the same way. The moments that feel meaningless right now are strokes on a masterpiece that's still in progress. Trust that the artist knows what he's doing. Buddhism teaches the law of impermanence, that everything, both good and bad, is temporary. When you're suffering, you believe the pain will last forever, but it won't. When you're happy, you believe that joy will never fade, but it will. The universe flows in cycles: birth, growth, decay, renewal. The secret to peace is learning to see every moment not as punishment or reward, but as part of a continuous unfolding. Life is not trying to hurt you, it's trying to evolve you. Every experience is a mirror, showing you where you still cling, where you still resist, and where you still need to awaken. It's easy to trust the timing when things are going well, but true faith is born in the dark, in the moments when nothing makes sense. When you feel lost, remember this: you're not lost, you're being guided through terrain your eyes can't yet read. Sometimes the universe withholds clarity to protect you. If you knew the full picture too soon, your mind would rush to control it. So life gives you light only for the next step, never the entire staircase. You're asked to move forward, not because you see everything, but because you trust that something sees you. There's a profound calm that comes when you stop demanding life to make sense immediately. The truth is, understanding is a slow blooming. You're meant to live your questions before you receive your answers. When you can sit inside uncertainty without panic, you begin to taste freedom. That's what the Buddha meant when he spoke of liberation, not escaping life, but trusting it so deeply that even confusion becomes sacred. Sometimes the universe delays what you want, because you still need to become the person who can handle it. Sometimes it breaks your heart to rebuild your character. Sometimes it strips you of what's comfortable to make space for what's meaningful. And sometimes it keeps you in waiting, not to torture you, but to align your path with something extraordinary. The delay is never denial, it's preparation. You may not see the hidden alignments forming around you, but they are always happening. The right people are being guided to cross your path. The right opportunities are taking shape in the background. The energy you've put into the world is circling back in ways you can't imagine. The universe is not punishing you, it's positioning you. It delays what's not ready, withholds what's not aligned, and removes what's no longer needed, all to make room for something greater. In the same way a river never questions why it must curve, your soul is meant to trust that every twist, turn, and detour is leading somewhere. The bends are not mistakes, they're part of the natural flow. When you stop fighting the current, you begin to move with it. You realize that the journey doesn't need to be straight to be meaningful. Every turn deepens your character, every setback strengthens your compassion, every heartbreak polishes your understanding of love. There's a Zen saying, "Let go or be dragged." The universe will always nudge you toward growth gently at first and forcefully if you resist. When life pulls something away from you, it's not cruelty, it's mercy. It's removing the things that block your light. But we cling to the known because it feels safe. We cling to the old because we fear the unknown. The universe, however, operates through expansion. It cannot bless the hands that refuse to open. The art of trusting life lies in learning to say, even this has purpose. You may not understand it today, but one day, when the dust has settled and your heart has healed, you'll look back and whisper, "Now I see why." That's the beauty of divine timing. It never reveals itself in advance. It waits until your soul is ready to understand. Faith isn't about believing you'll always get what you want. It's about knowing that whatever happens will serve your highest good. Even the detours that broke your heart were part of your awakening. Even the silence that made you doubt was preparing your inner voice. Even the moments you thought were wasted were building the wisdom that would carry you forward. Life has never been against you. It's been teaching you how to see beyond appearances, how to trust beyond evidence. When you begin to see through this lens, something profound shifts. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What is this trying to show me?" You stop fighting the rhythm of life and begin to dance with it. You begin to notice how even the smallest moments, a chance meeting, a missed call, a random delay, all carry divine timing. The ordinary becomes miraculous. The painful becomes purposeful. The unknown becomes sacred. And one day, without even realizing it, you wake up and feel peace where there used to be confusion. You realize that you don't need all the answers anymore because you trust the flow. You don't need every path to be straight because you understand the wisdom of curves. You don't need to see the whole sky to believe the sun still exists. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, the quiet knowing that everything unfolds exactly as it should, whether or not you understand it yet. The universe has never made a mistake in your story. The heartbreaks, the delays, the lost opportunities, all of them were part of a greater orchestration. The things you thought ruined you actually refined you. The silence you resented gave you strength. The endings that shattered you became the openings through which new light entered. You are not a victim of random events. You are a participant in a sacred unfolding. Your life is a living meditation, a constant dance between control and surrender, effort and trust. Every chapter, even the dark ones, carries meaning. Every season, even the harsh winters, prepares you for a new spring. You don't need to rush your transformation. It's already happening in perfect rhythm with the universe. So the next time life takes a turn you didn't expect, take a deep breath and whisper, I may not understand this now, but I know it's leading me somewhere good. Because that simple sentence, that humble surrender, is what opens the door to peace. It's what turns confusion into clarity, fear into faith, and chaos into calm. Remember this: not everything meant to bless you will come wrapped in joy. Sometimes blessings arrive dressed as loss, silence, and uncertainty. But one day you'll realize they were the universe's most loving gifts, the ones that taught you to trust even when you couldn't see the plan. In the end, faith is not about seeing the full picture. It's about believing that there is a picture. And when you can live with that kind of trust, when you can say, "Thank you," even without understanding, that's when you've truly learned to trust the timing of life. Because everything, every joy, every wound, every waiting unfolds exactly, beautifully, and perfectly as it should. You are always being guided, even when you feel lost. There comes a point in every human life when the path ahead disappears. The road you thought you were walking suddenly fades into fog. What once made sense begins to feel meaningless. You start questioning every choice, every dream, every sign you thought you understood. You pray for clarity, but silence answers. You search for direction, but the map seems missing. And in that silence, something inside you whispers, "Maybe I've lost my way." But here's the hidden truth: even in your most uncertain moments, even when everything seems still or wrong, you are not lost. You are being guided in ways that human eyes cannot see. The universe is not absent just because it is quiet. It's guiding you not through noise, but through nudges, through subtle feelings, coincidences, delays, and even confusion. The same way wind moves unseen but leaves ripples in water, the guidance of life moves beneath your awareness, shaping each moment toward your evolution. The path you're walking is not random. It's a sacred design unfolding step by step. The problem is not that guidance is missing, it's that most of us have forgotten how to listen. In Buddhism, there's a teaching that the mind creates both the storm and the calm. When you are anxious, impatient, or overthinking, the noise of your mind drowns out the whispers of your soul. The universe speaks softly. It speaks through intuition, through quiet moments, through the deep knowing that doesn't come from logic, but from peace. When you are desperate to figure everything out, you miss the small signs that were always trying to reach you. It's like standing in front of a river, demanding to hear it speak while ignoring the sound of its flowing water. Guidance rarely appears as a full plan. It comes in fragments, a feeling here, a coincidence there, a sudden intuition that doesn't make sense until later. You may meet someone by chance who shifts your perspective. You may lose something that forces you to take a new direction. You may feel a deep pull towards something you can't explain. These are not accidents, they are breadcrumbs of the divine. Each step leads to the next, and when you look back, you'll realize how perfectly connected it all was. But we resist this flow because we want certainty. We want the whole map. We want the comfort of control. The ego says, "I'll trust the path once I see where it leads." But life says, "You'll see where it leads once you trust the path." That's the paradox of divine guidance. It asks for faith first, sight later. You can't receive direction if you're clinging to old coordinates. Sometimes life has to confuse you to redirect you. It removes clarity, not to punish you, but to push you towards surrender. Think about how a GPS works. When you take a wrong turn, it doesn't scold you. It simply recalculates and finds another route to your destination. The universe operates the same way. Even when you stray from your intended path, life reroutes you. Every mistake, every failure, every detour still leads you to where you're meant to go. That's how powerful divine intelligence is. It weaves even your errors into your purpose. You can't step outside your destiny. You can only delay your awareness of it. Sometimes the guidance doesn't come through signs, but through the absence of them. The silence you feel is not emptiness, it's incubation. When life is quiet, it's because it's rearranging everything around you. The right people are being aligned, the wrong energies are being cleared, and your inner compass is being recalibrated. You might not feel progress, but transformation is happening underneath the surface, the way seeds grow roots in darkness long before they sprout into light. The truth is, guidance never stops, it only shifts forms. When you refuse to listen to your intuition, life will send lessons. When you ignore those lessons, it will send challenges. And when you resist even those, it will send loss. None of it is cruelty, it's the universe's way of turning up the volume until you finally pay attention. That heartbreak that broke you wasn't random, it was an invitation to awaken. That failure that crushed your confidence wasn't punishment, it was redirection. You thought life was against you, but it was for you the entire time, pushing you toward what you were meant to discover. The reason we often feel lost is because we confuse movement with meaning. We think if we're not constantly achieving, we're not progressing. But guidance doesn't always look like forward motion. Sometimes it looks like stillness, retreat, even breakdown. The caterpillar doesn't crawl toward the butterfly stage, it dissolves inside the cocoon. It breaks down completely, trusting the silent intelligence within to rebuild it. In the same way, your lost phase is often your transformation phase. It's where life is melting down everything false, so you can be rebuilt in truth. You may not realize it, but your soul is always in conversation with the universe. Every desire you feel, every longing that pulls at your chest, every moment of intuition, these are messages, not coincidences. The things that call to you again and again are part of your guidance system. That recurring dream, that random idea, that unexplainable attraction to a certain place or path, they're not random impulses. They're signals from your higher self trying to guide you home. The challenge is that this kind of guidance doesn't speak in words, it speaks in resonance. It feels right, even if it's scary. It feels peaceful, even if it's uncertain. True guidance won't demand, rush, or scare you. It will gently pull you. It will come as a quiet yes in your chest, not a loud scream in your mind. You don't have to force it. The more you chase signs, the more you distort them. Guidance comes when you stop searching and start aligning. When your mind is still, life becomes loud with meaning. There's a Buddhist story about a monk who was crossing a river. The current was strong, and he panicked, trying to swim against it. Exhausted, he began to sink. Then his teacher shouted from the shore, "Stop fighting, float." The monk surrendered, relaxed his body, and let the current carry him. When he reached the other side safely, he realized that the river had always been guiding him. He was only suffering because he resisted its flow. That river is your life. Every time you resist the current, every time you try to control, predict, or fight, you drown in stress. But the moment you surrender, the moment you let life carry you, guidance becomes effortless. There is also a quiet humility in recognizing that you don't need to understand everything to trust it. The seed doesn't understand how the rain will find it, but it still opens to the light. The bird doesn't know where the wind will carry it, but it still spreads its wings. In the same way, your task is not to know how everything will work out. Your task is to remain open, faithful, and aware. Life will do the rest. The universe speaks in perfect timing. You'll notice that the right messages appear when you're ready to receive them. The book falls off the shelf when you need its wisdom. The teacher appears when your heart is open. The right opportunity arrives after a rejection that felt unbearable. There is an invisible coordination to everything. Even the delays are precise. The people who left made space for those who are coming. The jobs that didn't work out made room for your true calling. Every silence is a sacred rearrangement. When you start to see life this way, something profound shifts inside you. You stop trying to force clarity and begin to listen for it. You stop chasing guidance and start recognizing it in the ordinary. You start realizing that maybe, just maybe, the path was never meant to be known in advance, because part of your growth is learning to walk in faith. The truth is, guidance doesn't remove uncertainty, it transforms how you hold it. You stop asking for guarantees and start asking for strength. You stop needing signs to prove something and start trusting your own peace as the sign. You understand that the universe doesn't guide you through promises, it guides you through alignment. When your inner world is clear, the outer world naturally follows. You are never walking alone. The same intelligence that keeps planets spinning, that turns acorns into trees and rivers into oceans, is guiding you too. It has never abandoned a single soul, not once. It may take you through storms, but never without purpose. It may break your heart, but never without reason. It may keep you waiting, but never without preparing. Every silence is the universe whispering, "I am still here, trust the flow." So when you feel lost, pause, stop running, breathe, look around. Notice the subtle ways life is still speaking, the friend who calls out of nowhere, the line you read that feels written just for you, the inner nudge to rest, the sudden feeling of peace after tears. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The universe doesn't shout, it guides with gentleness. The signs were never gone, you were just too loud to hear them. You don't need to see the whole path to keep moving. You only need to trust that each step will appear when it's time. Your confusion today is shaping your clarity tomorrow. Your waiting today is aligning your direction tomorrow. Every moment, even the ones that feel meaningless, is sacred. You are not lost. You are being quietly, lovingly, and precisely guided. When you finally stop demanding to know where you're going, you'll realize that you've been moving in the right direction all along. Life was never asking you to figure it out. It was asking you to trust it out. Because the truth is, you've never walked a single step alone. The entire universe has been walking with you. Always has, always will. The timing of your transformation is perfect. You are becoming what you were always meant to be. There's a point in every person's journey when they wonder if they're running late for their own destiny. You look around and see others who seem to have found their purpose, their confidence, their peace, and you wonder, why am I still figuring it out? Why do I feel like I'm not there yet? But here is the deep, unshakable truth. You are not late. You are not behind. You are right on schedule. The transformation of your life is unfolding with a wisdom greater than your plans, greater than your logic, and infinitely more loving than your fears. Every experience, the joy, the confusion, the heartbreak, the silence, is not random. It is the divine process of becoming who you were always meant to be. Transformation doesn't happen in a straight line. It unfolds like the seasons, gradually, rhythmically, and always in perfect timing. A caterpillar doesn't become a butterfly because it decides to one day. It becomes one because nature demands it. The same law governs your soul. You don't awaken when you want to, you awaken when it's time. When your experiences, pain, and lessons have ripened enough to give birth to a deeper understanding, life pushes you to evolve. What feels like chaos is often the pressure of that birth. You are shedding skins, identities, fears, everything that can't survive the next stage of your growth. But transformation is rarely comfortable. It begins with unraveling. You start losing things, plans, people, old beliefs, the version of yourself that once felt safe. You resist at first, clinging to what's familiar, trying to hold your old life together. Yet slowly, you realize that what's falling apart isn't a punishment, it's a cleansing. The universe removes what cannot go with you, what can't fit inside the next chapter of your becoming. Just as a snake must shed its old skin to survive, you must shed outdated versions of yourself to live fully. The pain of letting go is not the sign of failure. It's the sign that you are evolving. In Buddhism, Transformation is not about becoming something new. It's about remembering who you truly are. It's the process of peeling away layers of illusion, ego, and fear until your essence, calm, compassionate, aware, begins to shine again. The world teaches you to chase external success, but the path of awakening calls you inward. It asks you to stop running and start listening, because the truth is, everything you seek, peace, strength, purpose, love, already lives within you. Transformation is not about adding more, it's about uncovering what was buried beneath years of noise. However, this unveiling doesn't happen overnight. The mind wants instant change, but the soul knows that true growth requires seasons of stillness. You may feel stuck, but what's really happening is gestation. Like a seed buried deep underground, your roots are spreading quietly. You may not see visible progress, but internally, entire worlds are shifting. Every time you sit with your pain instead of running, you deepen your strength. Every time you choose forgiveness instead of resentment, you awaken another layer of your higher self. Every silent battle, every small act of courage, every moment you choose peace over panic, all of it adds up to your transformation. The universe works through contrast. It shows you darkness so you can discover your light. It lets you feel confusion so you can appreciate clarity. It lets you experience loss so you can understand love in its purest form. Each contrast sharpens your awareness, making your spirit stronger, your vision clearer, and your heart more open. The fire that burns you also refines you. The mountain that blocks you also strengthens you. The silence that frustrates you also teaches you to hear your own inner voice. Nothing is wasted in your becoming, not one tear, not one delay, not one mistake. You might wonder, why does it have to hurt so much to grow? Because growth requires breaking. When a seed breaks open, it's not dying, it's beginning. The same happens with you. The moments that feel like destruction are actually creation in disguise. Your heart breaks open so compassion can enter. Your plans fall apart so faith can rise. Your comfort dissolves so courage can form. Life does not destroy, it transforms. Every ending you experience is secretly the beginning of something far greater. But here's the thing, most people misunderstand transformation doesn't come from resistance, it comes from surrender. You can't force awakening any more than you can force a flower to bloom before its time. The more you try to control the process, the more painful it becomes. When you resist change, you suffer. When you surrender to it, you flow. That's why trust is essential. Trust in the process. Trust in yourself. Trust in the unseen timing of life. The more you trust, the faster you evolve. Not because life changes speed, but because your heart stops fighting the rhythm. There's a famous Zen story of a student who asked his master, "How long will it take me to reach enlightenment?" The master said, 10 years. The student, impatient, replied, "What if I work twice as hard?" The master smiled, "Then 20 years. The student didn't understand that effort born from impatience delays the very peace it seeks. Transformation cannot be rushed. It unfolds in its own sacred rhythm, and the more you demand it to hurry, the longer it takes. The universe is never late, it is always precise. Transformation also asks for solitude. Just as the caterpillar retreats into its cocoon, you too must honor your quiet seasons. When the world becomes too loud, pull back. When you no longer resonate with old surroundings, step away. The cocoon is not punishment, it's protection. It's where you dissolve, heal, and rebuild unseen. Others may not understand it. They might say you're distant, lost, or changing too much. But you are not lost. You are being reassembled by the universe itself. What emerges after this inner stillness will not just be stronger, it will be freer. Often, people fear transformation because it feels like losing control. But what you're losing isn't control, it's the illusion of it. Life has always been moving through you. You're just learning to cooperate with its rhythm. And once you do, something extraordinary happens. You begin to experience synchronicities. You start meeting people who mirror your new energy. Opportunities appear when you least expect them. Doors open that you didn't even know existed. That's the sign that your transformation has reached alignment. You are no longer forcing your path, you are flowing with it. At this stage, you start realizing that transformation is not a one-time event, it's a lifelong journey. You will shed, rebuild, and expand many times. Each layer you outgrow will feel painful at first, because it represents comfort. But comfort is not the same as peace. Comfort keeps you stagnant. Peace allows you to move. You can't cling to who you were and become who you are meant to be. To live is to let go again and again. Buddhism reminds us that impermanence is the key to liberation. Everything changes, including you. The person reading these words now is not the same person you were a year ago, and that's beautiful. Your transformation is proof that you are alive, evolving, awakening. The storms you've survived were not punishments, they were ceremonies of renewal. You are the result of countless endings that made space for new beginnings. You are the living evidence that growth and grace can coexist. But transformation also demands honesty. You cannot evolve while pretending to be someone you're not. You must face your shadows, your fears, your patterns, your self-deceptions. The path of becoming requires courage to confront what you've been avoiding. The Buddha said, "No one saves us but ourselves." This means no one can do the inner work for you. Others can inspire you, but only you can sit in silence, observe your mind, and unlearn what no longer serves you. When you stop running from your darkness, it begins to lose its power. It becomes light in disguise, a teacher wearing a mask. As you grow, you'll notice something interesting. The more you awaken, the less you need to explain yourself. You no longer chase validation or fear being misunderstood. You understand that not everyone will see your path, and that's okay, they weren't meant to. Transformation isolates you at first, but connects you deeply later. You lose crowds, but find clarity. You lose distractions, but gain direction. You stop craving attention and start valuing peace. That's the true sign of growth, when you no longer need to prove your worth to anyone. Your transformation is not just for you. It's for everyone who will cross your path. Every time you heal generations of pain before you, and make it easier for others after you to do the same. You become a vessel for light. Your calm becomes medicine for the restless. Your compassion becomes guidance for the broken. Your wisdom becomes a bridge for others who are still searching. This is the higher purpose behind your struggles, to become the kind of soul that helps others remember their own strength. So if you're in a phase of confusion or discomfort right now, take heart. You are not failing, you are transforming. You are in the sacred middle, where the old you is fading and the new you is forming. You may not see the full picture yet, but trust that it's forming in perfect order. The universe never rushes creation, it refines it. Every chapter, every heartbreak, every silence is polishing your spirit, preparing you for something your current self couldn't yet imagine. Transformation takes as long as it needs, to not a moment sooner, not a moment later. When you are meant to awaken, nothing can stop it. The signs will appear, the right people will arrive, and the courage will rise from within you naturally. Until then, keep walking, keep breathing, keep trusting. You don't need to force your becoming, it's already happening in every heartbeat, every challenge, every quiet breath of awareness. And one day, when you least expect it, you'll look back and realize that you've become the person you once prayed to be. Not because of luck, but because you finally stopped fighting the timing of your own growth. You'll see how every loss, every delay, every moment of doubt was guiding you toward this peace. You'll realize that life was never testing you, it was teaching you. And you'll smile, not because you've reached the end, but because you finally understand that there was never an end, only infinite becoming. So breathe deeply, stop rushing, stop comparing, stop doubting the pace of your transformation. You are not behind, you are blooming exactly on time. Just as stars take millions of years to shine their brightest light, your soul too is unfolding at its own divine pace. Trust it. Every step, every stumble, every silence is sacred. You are not waiting to become something, you already are becoming it, moment by moment. The timing of your transformation is perfect because the hand that writes your story has never made a mistake. And when you finally learn to trust that truly, fully, deeply, you'll stop chasing the future and start living in harmony with what already is. Then you'll understand the greatest truth of all, that becoming who you were meant to be was never about rushing to arrive. It was about learning to trust the journey all along. Your delays are not denials. They are sacred preparation for a greater destiny. There are moments in life when your prayers seem unanswered, when your plans fall apart no matter how hard you try, and when everything you expected to happen simply refuses to arrive. You wait, you hope, you give your best, but nothing moves. You begin to wonder if the universe has forgotten you, if perhaps your dreams were too big or your timing too late. But here's the truth that the soul eventually learns. Your delays are not denials. They are sacred pauses, the universe's way of preparing you, aligning you, and shaping your spirit to carry what you've asked for. Every "not yet" you've ever received was a divine, "Hold on, something better is forming." In the human world, waiting feels like stagnation. We are raised to believe that movement equals progress and stillness equals failure. But in the spiritual world, stillness is often the most fertile ground. A seed doesn't sprout the moment it's planted. It spends weeks or months hidden in the dark, building roots before it ever breaks through the soil. You are that seed. The universe plants you in waiting not to bury you, but to root you. The deeper your roots, the higher your branches can reach when the time is right. Delays often feel cruel because the mind can't comprehend what the soul already knows, that everything must align before it can arrive. The universe is not just arranging external circumstances, it's refining you. It's teaching you patience, resilience, empathy, faith, and wisdom, qualities you'll need to sustain what's coming. If blessings were given before you were ready, they would destroy you instead of elevate you. A relationship too early becomes dependence. Success too early becomes ego. Power too early becomes corruption. So, the universe protects you through delay, holding back the very thing you crave until you've built the strength, humility, and awareness to handle it. In Buddhism, there's a profound concept called right timing, the understanding that all things arise when the conditions are ripe. You can't force the lotus to bloom in winter. You can't demand sunrise at midnight. The natural order of existence operates through balance and patience. Your life is no different. The conditions around you, your lessons, your mindset, your environment, your energy must all synchronize before your next chapter can unfold. If even one piece is missing, the timing will pause, not as punishment, but as divine coordination. Think back to every disappointment that once broke your heart. The job you didn't get, the person who left, the opportunity that never came. Didn't each of those losses eventually lead you somewhere better? At the time, you thought it was the end. You begged for answers. You couldn't see past the pain. But with distance, you saw the pattern. Every delay protected you from something that wasn't meant for you, or prepared you for something greater that you couldn't yet imagine. Life's wisdom often hides behind rejection. You may not realize it in the moment, but one day you'll look back and say, if that had happened when I wanted it, I wouldn't have been ready. Delays are also the universe's way of testing your faith, not to see if you can wait, but to see how you wait. Do you wait with trust or with frustration? Do you lose faith when life moves slower than your plans, or do you use the waiting to grow, to reflect, to align yourself with peace? Every delay is an invitation to strengthen your spiritual endurance. The Buddha said, "The greatest prayer is patience." That patience doesn't come from forcing yourself to be calm. It comes from realizing that divine timing never fails. What's meant for you cannot miss you, and what misses you was never meant for you, no matter how much you want it. Sometimes, the delay is not about the world, it's about you. You may think you're ready, but your energy still carries fear, doubt, or attachment. The universe, in its wisdom, cannot deliver what you desire while your vibration contradicts it. You can't attract peace while clinging to anxiety. You can't call in love while carrying unhealed wounds. So, the delay becomes a mirror, reflecting what's still left to heal. That's why life often repeats lessons, not because it enjoys watching you struggle, but because it loves you too much to let you move forward unprepared. When life delays you, it's giving you space to evolve into the version of yourself who can receive what's coming without losing your balance. It's preparing your inner world for your outer blessings. If you were given the vision, it's proof that you're destined for it, but the waiting period is where you earn it. Just like fire purifies gold, the delays purify your intentions. They burn away impatience, ego, and illusion, leaving only truth and readiness behind. But to trust this, you must shift how you see time. The mind sees time as linear, moving from past to future, but the soul sees time as layered. There's no before or after in divine order. There's only when it's ready. Your blessings already exist in potential form, waiting for the right frequency to meet them. That's why trying to force outcomes only creates resistance. When you demand something before you're aligned, you block it. When you relax, detach, and trust, you create space for it to arrive naturally. Life never withholds from you. It only waits for you to be vibrationally ready. Delays also build humility, the kind that transforms your character quietly. They teach you that no amount of planning or control can override divine design. You learn to act with intention, but surrender the outcome. You start to replace "when will it happen?" with "how can I prepare myself to receive it well?" That question changes everything. Suddenly, waiting becomes sacred. You start meditating more, reflecting more, healing more. You stop seeing the delay as a punishment and start seeing it as a spiritual apprenticeship. The universe is your teacher, and this moment, however still, uncertain, or frustrating, is part of your training. There's a story of a bamboo plant that perfectly symbolizes this truth. When bamboo is planted, it doesn't grow above the soil for the first 5 years. You water it, tend to it, nurture it, but nothing visible happens. Then, suddenly, in the 5th year, it shoots up over 80 feet in just 6 weeks. Did the bamboo grow in 6 weeks? No, it grew in 5 years. It was building roots the entire time, deep enough to sustain its rapid rise. You are that bamboo. Your growth may not be visible yet, but the roots of your destiny are strengthening beneath the surface. One day, when everything aligns, your rise will be so sudden and graceful that the world will call it overnight success. But you'll know it wasn't overnight, it was divine timing. There will be moments when waiting breaks your patience, when it feels like the whole world is moving ahead without you. In those moments, remind yourself, you are not being left behind. You are being prepared differently. You are building something that needs more depth, more grounding, more faith. The souls with the deepest purpose often face the longest delays because their missions require extraordinary strength. If your waiting has been long, it means your purpose is immense. Waiting is not empty time, it is sacred time. It's where you meet yourself. It's where your false identities dissolve and your true essence emerges. It's where you learn that peace isn't found in getting what you want, but in trusting that what's meant for you will always arrive. It's where you stop chasing life and start flowing with it. Because in truth, the universe never works against you, it works through you. So when the doors don't open, don't curse them. Sit quietly and listen. Maybe the universe is saying, "Not this one." When opportunities disappear, don't panic. Maybe they were distractions disguised as desires. When nothing seems to be happening, look inward, because something always is. The stillness you're experiencing is not absence, it's alignment. The soil must rest before it blooms again. And one day, it will all make sense. The people who left will reveal their purpose. The detours will show their direction. The long pauses will prove their power. You'll look back and see that the timing was never wrong, it was perfect. Every closed door was mercy. Every unanswered prayer was protection. Every delay was a recalibration, not a rejection. The universe doesn't forget those who wait with faith. When your moment arrives, it will come swiftly. Doors will open effortlessly. People will appear out of nowhere. And everything you've been preparing for will click into place. You'll realize that the waiting wasn't wasted time. It was sacred time. It was the universe shaping you into someone capable of holding more light, more wisdom, more love. So breathe. Stop fighting the pace of your life. Trust that every delay has meaning. You are not waiting for your destiny. Your destiny is waiting for you to become ready. Keep tending to your roots. Keep showing up for your growth. Keep believing even when you can't see proof. Because one day soon, everything that was delayed will arrive, and you'll understand why it couldn't have come a second earlier. And when that day comes, you'll smile, not with surprise, but with recognition. Because deep down, you'll realize the universe never denied you. It was only ever preparing you for something far greater than what you were asking for. Your delays were never detours, they were divine design. The art of letting life happen. True peace begins when you stop resisting the flow. There is a quiet moment in every person's life when they realize that all the worry, all the forcing, all the controlling in the world could not have changed a single outcome that was not meant to be. That moment feels like surrender, a deep exhale after years of trying to hold everything together. It's the instant when the truth becomes undeniable. Life was never asking you to control it. It was asking you to trust it. You start to see how every struggle you fought against was not an obstacle, but a current trying to guide you. You see how the pain that once felt unbearable was shaping you into someone stronger, softer, wiser. You finally understand that peace isn't found in making life obey your plan. It's found in aligning yourself with its rhythm. In Buddhism, this wisdom is called flowing with the Tao, or living in harmony with the way things are. It's not about passivity, it's about cooperation with the nature of existence. When rain falls, the river does not argue, it expands. When the wind blows, the trees do not fight, they bend. Everything in nature moves in rhythm. It knows when to grow, when to rest, when to let go. Only humans forget this truth. We demand outcomes, we chase certainty, we resist endings. We fight the current of life, and then wonder why we feel exhausted and lost. The art of letting life happen begins when you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this trying to teach me?" Every experience carries a lesson. Every delay, a hidden gift. Every heartbreak, a doorway to awakening. But when you resist life, when you cling to how things should be, you close yourself off from that wisdom. You become like a clenched fist, unable to receive what's already yours. Life unfolds perfectly, but never predictably. It will give you what you need for your evolution, not always what you want for your comfort. The moments you label as wrong turns or mistakes often become the most meaningful chapters later. That relationship that fell apart may have been the one that taught you self-worth. That failure that broke you may have been the one that revealed your purpose. That waiting that frustrated you may have been the one that deepened your patience and faith. The universe is not chaotic, it is precise, but it speaks in a language of timing, not logic. When you begin to live in alignment with this truth, a deep calm starts to emerge. You stop rushing, you stop forcing, you start noticing, you start trusting the pauses just as much as the progress. You understand that the universe has its seasons, and so do you. There are times for action and times for rest, times for building and times for healing, times for holding on and times for letting go. You begin to see that not everything delayed is denied, and not everything lost is failure. Sometimes, what leaves your life is making space for what your soul has silently been asking for. Letting life happen doesn't mean you stop caring or stop trying. It means you stop trying to control what's beyond your reach. It means you focus your energy where it truly matters, your inner world. You can't always control the waves, but you can learn to surf them with grace. You can't always stop the storm, but you can choose how you stand in the rain. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from attachment, from wanting things to be other than they are. The moment you stop fighting reality and start flowing with it, suffering begins to dissolve. You discover that peace has never been somewhere else. It's been beneath your resistance all along. Life's timing often feels unfair because we measure it by our own impatience. We want instant answers, instant healing, instant success. But nature doesn't rush, and yet everything happens. Flowers don't bloom all year. They bloom when the soil, sunlight, and season align. If you tried to force them open early, you would destroy them. The same applies to your own becoming. You can't rush healing. You can't rush clarity. You can't rush purpose. You can only make yourself available to them by creating space, by being still enough to receive what's meant to find you. Letting life happen requires trust, not blind belief, but faith grounded in observation. Look back at your life. How many things worked out in ways you didn't expect? How many detours turned into blessings? How many painful endings led to quiet, new beginnings? You've survived everything you once thought you wouldn't. Life has never failed to bring you through. That's evidence enough that you can trust its flow. But trust doesn't mean you won't feel fear. Fear will still visit you, fear of the unknown, fear of loss, fear of change. The key is not to fight fear, but to stop giving it authority. Let it exist, but don't let it steer you. When fear arises, acknowledge it like a cloud passing through the sky, temporary, powerless, unless you hold on to it. Then breathe and return to the present. The present is where life truly happens. Most of our pain comes from mentally living in the past or the future, but peace only exists in the now. When you fully inhabit this moment, the mind's chaos quiets and life feels manageable again. In the art of letting life happen, acceptance is your greatest teacher. Acceptance doesn't mean you approve of everything that happens. It means you stop wasting energy resisting what already is. It's the recognition that the present moment, no matter how difficult, is still part of the divine unfolding. When you accept it, you stop fighting reality and start transforming within it. Pain no longer becomes punishment, it becomes passage. Every challenge turns from a wall into a mirror, showing you what's still unhealed, what's still clinging, what's still afraid. That's how growth truly happens, not by escaping the storm, but by learning to stand calmly within it. There's a saying in Zen, "The obstacle is the path." That means what you're trying to avoid is often the very thing that will free you. When you stop resisting the hard parts of life, they stop hurting so much. You begin to see that every emotion, even sorrow, has something sacred to teach. Your pain deepens your compassion. Your confusion sharpens your awareness. Your loneliness expands your capacity for connection. Nothing is wasted in the hands of awareness. Letting life happen also means releasing the illusion that you know what's best for you. The mind plans, the soul feels. The mind says, "I need this now." The soul whispers, "Trust, something better is forming." Many times, what you think you want is only what your limited perspective can imagine. But the universe sees the whole picture. It knows what will truly bring peace and what will only bring temporary satisfaction. That's why sometimes your plans fail, not because you're unlucky, but because you were aiming too low. The rejection that shattered you was redirection toward alignment. Learning to flow with life doesn't happen overnight. It's a practice, like meditation, one that requires awareness, surrender, and patience. You'll still have moments of resistance. You'll still fall into worry. But each time you notice it and return to trust, you strengthen your connection to the flow. It's like learning to swim in a river. At first, you flail, panic, and fight. But the more you relax and feel the current, the easier it becomes. Eventually, you realize the river was always carrying you. You just needed to stop fighting it. Sometimes, letting life happen means letting go of people you thought would stay forever. It means accepting that some souls are meant to walk with you for a chapter, not a lifetime. It means releasing the idea that closure always comes in words. Sometimes it comes in silence. It means trusting that the people who leave make space for new connections that align with your growth. Love doesn't disappear. It transforms. Every goodbye carries the seed of a new beginning, even if you can't see it yet. Other times, letting life happen means forgiving yourself for the mistakes you made when you didn't know better, for the times you stayed too long or left too soon or trusted the wrong people. Forgiveness doesn't mean erasing the past. It means releasing its grip on your heart. It's realizing that every version of you, even the broken, confused, and lost one, was doing their best with the awareness they had. Life doesn't demand perfection from you. It only asks for presence. The moment you stop judging your journey, peace begins to return. And when you live this way, when you let life happen instead of trying to dominate it, something miraculous starts to occur. You become light. Your energy softens. Your presence becomes magnetic. You attract experiences that match your peace instead of your panic. You notice synchronicities everywhere, little signs that reassure you that you're being guided. You realize that even when you do nothing but trust, life keeps moving, blooming, unfolding, because it always has. You were just too busy controlling to see it. To let life happen is to awaken to the realization that the universe doesn't need your anxiety to function. The sun rises without your permission. The earth spins without your interference. The tides flow in perfect rhythm without your command. Life is already orchestrated by an intelligence far greater than your worries. When you align with that rhythm, your existence becomes effortless, not because challenges disappear, but because you no longer fight them. You begin to live in a state of faith, not fear, surrender, not struggle, gratitude, not grasping. So if your life feels uncertain right now, if doors have closed, if people have left, if the future feels unclear, remember this: uncertainty is not emptiness, it's possibility. The space you're standing in is sacred space. It's where your next becoming is being written. Don't rush it. Don't demand clarity too soon. Sit in it. Listen. Breathe. Let life show you what it's been trying to tell you. Peace begins not when everything is under control, but when you no longer need it to be. The true art of living is not about managing every outcome, it's about trusting every unfolding. When you let life happen, you stop trying to be the author and start becoming the witness. You stop chasing meaning and start experiencing it. You realize that life doesn't owe you answers, it is the answer, right here, right now, breathing through you. And when you finally learn to let life happen truly, fully, without resistance, something incredible awakens within you. You feel lighter, freer, more alive. You laugh more easily. You love more deeply. You move through challenges without losing your center. You stop fearing change because you know that change is not your enemy, it's your evolution. You stop searching for peace because you realize it was never lost. It was just hidden beneath your need to control. So, let go. Let go of the timeline, the expectations, the constant need to figure everything out. Let go of the illusion that life must go according to your plan. Let go of the fight. Then watch what happens. Watch how peace returns. Watch how joy quietly finds you again. Watch how the universe begins to move through you effortlessly. You don't have to make life happen. You just have to stop standing in its way. The current of existence knows exactly where to carry you. All it asks is that you trust the flow, because the moment you do, you'll realize that life was never against you. It was always for you. Every twist, every silence, every ending was not chaos, but choreography. You were never off path. You were always being guided not by control, but by trust. Let life happen. That's where peace lives. That's where love grows. That's where awakening begins. The universe always balances what you lose with what you gain. Nothing is ever truly taken from you. There are times in life when something you love is taken away so suddenly that it leaves a hole inside you, a silence so deep you don't know how to fill it. A relationship ends, an opportunity slips through your fingers, a dream dissolves, a loved one departs, or a chapter of your life closes when you weren't ready to let go. You stand there, surrounded by memories, clutching at the air, wondering how the universe could allow something that once felt so right to vanish. You begin to think that perhaps life is cruel, that maybe everything beautiful eventually disappears. But this is an illusion born of human sight, because in truth, nothing is ever truly lost, it only transforms. The universe always replaces what leaves you with something that serves your growth. It takes nothing without giving back something greater, even if that something is invisible in the moment. In the grand rhythm of existence, loss and gain are not opposites, they are partners in the dance of balance. What falls away externally creates space internally. What you lose in form returns to you in essence. The love that leaves your life reappears as wisdom. The opportunity that escapes you returns as redirection. The pain that empties you makes room for depth, compassion, and grace. Every ending is secretly an exchange, a silent transaction between your old self and your new one. The universe doesn't steal from you, it refines you. But when we're caught in the storm of loss, that wisdom is hard to see. The human mind clings to what is familiar. It fears change because it confuses stability with safety. You tell yourself, I can't live without this, or I'll never find something like that again. But the universe knows what it's doing when it removes something from your grasp. It knows the weight you're carrying, even when you don't. It knows what has expired, what no longer nourishes your growth, what needs to leave so something new can enter. What feels like loss is often a release, a divine intervention to save you from stagnation, illusion, or lesser versions of what you deserve. Look at nature. It never resists this law of exchange. The trees don't grieve their leaves in autumn. They let them fall gracefully, knowing spring will bring new life. The ocean doesn't mourn each wave that crashes onto the shore. It trusts that another will rise. Everything in nature moves in cycles of giving and receiving, dying and renewing. Yet humans, in their attachment, resist these cycles. We try to cling to what's meant to flow through us. We mistake holding tightly for loving deeply. But true love, true peace, and true wisdom are born in surrender, in trusting the rhythm of release and renewal. The Buddha once said, "You only lose what you cling to." This truth cuts to the core of all suffering. When we attach our happiness to things, people, or circumstances, we begin to fear life's natural movement. We resist change, and resistance is what creates pain. But the moment you accept that life's nature is impermanence, you stop fighting the flow. You begin to see loss not as punishment, but as transformation. You realize that even as one part of your life ends, another is quietly beginning. What's leaving is not meant to harm you. It's clearing space for what your soul has been asking for. It's easy to see this pattern in hindsight. Think of your past, the heartbreaks that once shattered you, the jobs you didn't get, the people who left. At the time, each felt like a door slammed shut. But didn't those very moments lead you to new paths, new lessons, new strength? Didn't the pain you thought would destroy you eventually shape your resilience? The universe's justice is subtle but precise. It may take something from your hands, but it always gives something back to your heart. It might not look the same, but it carries the same energy in a higher form. When a person you love leaves, their absence teaches you the depth of love itself. It forces you to turn inward and discover that love is not limited to one person. It's a frequency that lives within you. When a dream fails, it doesn't die. It transforms into direction, guiding you towards something that aligns more deeply with your purpose. When you lose stability, you gain adaptability. When you lose certainty, you gain faith. Life never leaves you empty. It simply reshapes your fullness. Still, the in-between, the space after loss and before renewal, can feel unbearable. It's the silence after the storm, the emptiness after something meaningful ends. This is where faith becomes essential. The universe hides its gifts inside these pauses. It asks, "Can you trust me, even when you don't understand?" That question is the doorway to spiritual maturity. When you can answer yes, not with words, but with your heart, you begin to awaken to a higher kind of peace, the peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, but on surrender. In Buddhism, the concept of equanimity teaches that peace comes from balance, the ability to remain steady through both gain and loss. The enlightened mind doesn't cling to pleasure nor run from pain. It knows that both are fleeting and that both serve growth. When you adopt this understanding, life becomes less frightening. You stop chasing permanence in an impermanent world. You stop expecting people, moments, or outcomes to last forever. Instead, you start living with gratitude, grateful for what was, peaceful with what is, and open to what will be. It's often said that life is a mirror of your energy. When you grieve what's gone with bitterness, you close yourself off to what's coming. But when you grieve with grace, when you let yourself feel, release, and still trust, you align yourself with the flow of abundance. The universe can't give you more if your hands are full of yesterday. So every loss asks one question: are you willing to open your hands again? If you can, even with tears streaming down your face, you invite the next blessing in. Many people believe that letting go means forgetting, but it doesn't. Letting go is not erasing the past, it's releasing the grip of control over it. It's honoring what was without demanding that it stay. You can love something deeply and still release it gracefully. In fact, that's the purest form of love. Love without possession, appreciation without attachment. Because when you cling, you strangle. When you release, you allow freedom for yourself and for what's leaving. Sometimes the universe takes something because it's trying to free you from an illusion. Maybe you were holding on to a version of happiness that wasn't sustainable. Maybe you built your identity around something temporary. Maybe you believed that your worth depended on someone else's presence or on a specific dream's success. The loss then becomes a mirror, showing you where you had placed your power outside yourself. It's painful, but it's also liberating, because when you lose what's external, you rediscover what's eternal: your inner peace, your capacity to create, your connection to the divine. The universe is a master of compensation. It never leaves a void unfilled. Sometimes the return is immediate. Other times it takes years. But it always comes. The key is patience. You can't rush the rebalancing of cosmic scales. Your only job is to stay open, grateful, and willing to receive what's next. Trust that when one chapter closes, another has already begun. You just can't see it yet. There's a Zen teaching that says, "The tighter you hold a handful of sand, the more it slips away." This is how life works. The more you try to control, the more you lose. The more you trust, the more naturally things align. Control is the language of fear. Trust is the language of faith. The universe responds to faith. When you finally loosen your grip, you give it space to move through you, to rearrange things in ways your mind could never plan. You'll notice this law of balance everywhere once you begin to look for it. A heartbreak teaches self-love. A failure births humility. A setback opens a new path. The person who walks away makes space for one who truly sees you. The job you lose pushes you toward your purpose. Even death, the greatest teacher of impermanence, reminds you to live more fully, more presently, more gratefully. Life balances itself perfectly, though not always in ways the human mind can grasp. The secret is to trust that nothing in your story has ever been wasted. Even your wounds are sacred. They become gateways to compassion. They soften you. They teach you what truly matters. Every pain you've endured has shaped your capacity to love. Every loss has refined your perception. You are not broken because of what you've lost. You are expanded because of it. And as time passes, something miraculous begins to happen. The things you once thought were losses begin to feel like gifts. You start thanking the universe for unanswered prayers, for doors that stayed closed, for endings that forced you to grow. You realize that if you had gotten everything you wanted, you might have missed everything you needed. That is divine balance, life giving you not what you asked for, but what your soul secretly required. So, when something leaves, bless it. When life takes, trust that it's making room to give. When you're in the middle of emptiness, remember that emptiness is not the end, it's preparation for fulfillment. The same hand that took something from you will one day place something even more meaningful in your path. And when it does, you'll understand why the timing had to be this way. This is how the universe teaches balance. It closes one door to open 1,000 windows. It breaks your heart to expand your capacity to love. It strips you of what's false to reveal what's true. Every loss is the beginning of realignment, a reconfiguration of your life toward greater harmony. Nothing is ever truly gone. The form changes, the lesson remains, and the energy continues its journey. The love you've given lives on in unseen ways. The dreams you've released take new shapes. The people you've lost live on through the growth they inspired in you. Life is not subtraction, it's transformation. So when you find yourself standing in the aftermath of loss, whisper to yourself, this, too, is part of the balance. Don't rush to fill the void. Let it breathe. Don't panic at the silence. Let it speak. Don't curse what's leaving. Bless it on its way. Because one day, you'll see the universe never took from you. It only traded what was small for what was sacred, what was temporary for what was timeless, what was limited for what was infinite. And when you finally understand that truth, when you can look back on your journey and see that nothing was random, that everything lost was replaced with something richer, deeper, more aligned, you will stop fearing change. You'll stop grieving so heavily. You'll begin to live lightly, love freely, and trust completely. Because you'll know that you are held by a universe that never subtracts without adding, never closes without opening, and never breaks without building something more beautiful in its place. The universe always balances what you lose with what you gain. It has never left you empty. It has only ever been preparing you to hold more light than you ever imagined possible. The invisible hand of timing, why everything happens exactly when it's supposed to. There are moments in your life that seem like pure coincidence, meeting someone at the exact time you needed them, finding an opportunity right after a disappointment, or discovering a lesson hidden inside heartbreak. And then there are moments that feel like cruel irony. Just when you're ready for love, it leaves. Just when you find peace, chaos arrives. Just when you think you've figured life out, everything changes. At first glance, it all seems random, but when you look deeper, when you quiet your mind enough to listen, you begin to sense something extraordinary, an invisible hand guiding everything, synchronizing every joy and sorrow, every delay and breakthrough, in perfect rhythm with your soul's evolution. Nothing happens too early or too late. Everything unfolds in exact alignment with the person you are becoming. This is the mystery of divine timing, a truth that defies the logic of the impatient mind, but reveals itself to the patient heart. The universe operates not according to your schedule, but according to your readiness. It does not consult your calendar. It listens to your vibration. When your energy matches what you desire, the door opens effortlessly. When it doesn't, life pauses not to punish you, but to protect you, to refine you, to prepare you. The invisible hand of timing is always at work, arranging people, events, and opportunities in ways your limited perception cannot yet see. But in the human experience, waiting feels unbearable. We are creatures addicted to speed. We want immediate answers, instant results, and constant progress. We measure success by how fast we can achieve it, not how deeply we grow through it. When life slows down, we assume something has gone wrong. We think the universe has forgotten us, or worse, is working against us. Yet, it's in those slow, silent seasons that the most sacred work is being done. Timing is not a delay, it's a teacher. It's life whispering, "You're not ready yet, but you will be." The irony is that we often pray for things we're not yet equipped to handle. We ask for love before we've learned self-love. We ask for success before we've built discipline. We ask for peace while holding on to chaos. The universe, in its infinite compassion, withholds these things until we can receive them without self-sabotage. That's what divine timing truly is, love disguised as patience. It's life saying, "I'll give it to you when you can keep it." Think about all the times you wanted something desperately, a job, a person, a goal, and it didn't happen. You felt defeated, maybe even betrayed. But later, when you looked back, you saw the wisdom. You weren't ready, or the situation wasn't right, or the thing you wanted so badly would have limited your growth. Life protected you by saying no. Every delay was a redirection, every silence a preparation, every rejection a form of protection. Divine timing doesn't operate by your emotions. It operates by truth. It gives you not what you want when you want it, but what you need when you're ready to receive it. Buddhism teaches that all suffering comes from attachment, from clinging to outcomes, and resisting the natural flow of impermanence. When you try to force life to happen on your timeline, you create friction. You start living from fear instead of faith. But when you let go and trust that every moment is perfectly timed, life starts to flow again. The current that once felt chaotic begins to carry you gently forward. You realize that even your struggles were never random. They were carefully woven into your story to build the strength required for your next season. Imagine a seed planted in the soil. You water it, you nurture it. But no matter how much you will it to grow faster, it won't sprout until the conditions are perfect. Too soon, and it will die from fragility. Too late, and it will never bloom. Nature knows when. The universe applies that same wisdom to your life. You are that seed. The timing of your growth is not a mistake, it's a masterpiece unfolding in silence. Every day you wait, every trial you endure, every season that feels stagnant is nourishing you beneath the surface. And one day, without warning, you'll break through the soil and realize that all the waiting was never empty. It was sacred preparation. When you start trusting timing, peace begins to replace anxiety. You stop rushing through experiences. You begin to live in awareness, understanding that every season of your life, even the painful ones, has purpose. You start seeing delays not as obstacles but as alignment. You understand that sometimes the universe has to slow you down so you don't walk into something unprepared. It has to delay your plans so your path can synchronize with other people, opportunities, or lessons that are still unfolding. Divine timing isn't just about you, it's about the orchestration of everything connected to you. There's a Buddhist story that beautifully illustrates this. A monk once asked his master, "How do I know if I'm on the right path?" The master replied, "When the fruit is ripe, it falls effortlessly. If you must force it, it is not yet ready." The same principle applies to everything in life. When something is meant for you, it arrives naturally. It doesn't require endless chasing, overthinking, or manipulation. It fits like a key into a lock, quiet, smooth, and right. When something feels forced, it's a sign that timing is not yet aligned. But trusting this law requires humility. It means accepting that you don't always know what's best for you. The ego hates this because it believes it can outthink the universe. It creates elaborate plans and rigid expectations, then suffers when reality doesn't comply. The soul, on the other hand, understands that life's timing is sacred. It knows that what is delayed is not denied, that what is slow is not stagnant, and that what feels like emptiness is often the womb of creation. When you live from this understanding, you stop arguing with life. You start aligning with it. Let's be honest, trusting timing is hardest when you're in pain, when you've worked hard for something that still isn't happening, and when your prayers feel unanswered, or when everyone around you seems to be moving forward while you're stuck in place. Those are the moments that test your faith the most. You start to question your path. You compare your timeline to others. You feel forgotten. But remember this: the oak tree doesn't envy the rose. The sun doesn't compare itself to the moon. Everything blooms at its appointed hour. The same hand that makes the stars rise on schedule is guiding your life with the same precision. You are not behind. You are simply unfolding in divine order. Even suffering obeys timing. The pain you feel right now has an expiration date. Every heartbreak has its healing. Every confusion has its clarity. Every ending carries the seed of a new beginning. Nothing lasts forever, not joy, not sorrow, not waiting. When you embrace this truth, you free yourself from despair. You realize that even this very moment, however heavy, is exactly as it should be. You are not being punished, you are being refined. Life is sculpting you with time as its chisel. The mind often says, if it hasn't happened yet, it never will. But the heart knows better. The heart whispers, be patient, the best things take time. Think about how stars are born. They are not created in light, but in darkness, in the silent, slow compression of cosmic dust over millions of years. The universe spends lifetimes perfecting one moment of brilliance. Why would your life be any different? The same forces that build galaxies are at work within you. Every challenge, every waiting season, every heartbreak, they are the gravity shaping your light. The beauty of divine timing is that it reveals itself in hindsight. You rarely understand it while it's happening, but one day you look back and realize that if things had happened when you wanted, they would have been wrong. You see how the delays protected you, how the setbacks rerouted you, how the closed doors saved you. You see how every heartbreak built the compassion you now carry. You see how every pause taught you patience, every loss taught you faith. You finally understand that nothing was ever wasted. To trust divine timing is to live without tension. It's to stop rushing toward the future and start being fully alive in the present. Because when you truly trust, you stop waiting for life and start living with life. You begin to recognize that the timing is always now, because now is the only place creation happens. The present moment is not an obstacle to the future. It is the foundation of it. When you give your full presence to the now, the future unfolds effortlessly from it. So how do you live in alignment with divine timing? By practicing surrender every day. Surrender is not passive, it's an act of deep participation with life. It's waking up each morning and saying, I will do my part, and I will trust life to do its part. It's working hard without attachment to outcomes. It's dreaming big, but allowing life to choose the route. It's moving forward, but letting go of the need to control the pace. Surrender doesn't mean you stop caring, it means you start cooperating. This cooperation transforms everything. You stop panicking when things don't go your way. You stop trying to rush what's still forming. You stop measuring your worth by your achievements. You start living as if every moment has purpose, because it does. Even the pauses, even the detours, even the heartbreaks. Everything is part of the choreography. The same intelligence that turns caterpillars into butterflies and seeds into trees is turning your confusion into wisdom. It's shaping your timeline with infinite precision. Trusting divine timing doesn't mean you'll always feel calm. There will still be moments of doubt, frustration, and fear. But even those emotions serve you. They remind you to pause, to breathe, to reconnect. They remind you that you're human. You don't have to be perfect to trust. You just have to keep showing up, keep opening your heart, keep surrendering your expectations. Every time you choose trust over control, you align a little more with the rhythm of life. And then, one day, you'll see the miracle of timing with your own eyes. The people meant for you will arrive with ease. The opportunities meant for you will unfold without struggle. The clarity you've been seeking will dawn on you quietly, like sunrise after a long night. You'll look back and realize that life's timing was never wrong. Your understanding was just incomplete. Every great story has its pauses, its cliffhangers, its unanswered questions. Your life is no different. Trust that the author knows what they're doing. Every delay is building momentum. Every silence is setting the stage. Every heartbreak is deepening your character. When the timing is right, it will all make sense. The pieces will fit, the dots will connect. The invisible hand will reveal itself, and you'll see that it was guiding you all along with perfect patience, perfect wisdom, perfect love. So breathe, stop rushing, stop doubting. You are not being held back, you are being synchronized. Every unanswered prayer, every slow chapter, every uncertain pause is part of your divine timing. The universe is not late. You are not forgotten. Everything is happening exactly when, where, and how it should. And when that realization finally settles into your heart, something inside you will shift forever. You'll stop chasing time. You'll stop fearing the unknown. You'll start living with quiet faith. Faith that the same force that moves the stars and spins the planets is moving through you too. You'll understand that the timing of your life has never been random. It has always been sacred. Because the invisible hand of timing has never missed a single beat, and neither have you. When the waiting becomes the way, how patience opens the hidden doors of destiny. There comes a point in every soul's journey when nothing seems to move. The prayers feel unanswered. The dreams seem frozen. The path that once felt so alive now feels silent, heavy, still. You wake up each morning with questions that never seem to find their answers. You ask, when will things finally change? You look at others moving ahead, their lives unfolding while yours feels paused, and you wonder if you've been forgotten. But this stillness, this sacred waiting, is not emptiness. It is not punishment. It is preparation. Because what looks like delay in human eyes is often acceleration in divine disguise. The waiting is not separate from the journey, it is the journey. It's where your soul is stretched, shaped, and strengthened. It's where the shallow dreams fall away and the real ones take root. It's where the universe clears what must go before it gives what must come. The waiting tests your patience, but more importantly, it transforms your perception. You begin to see that life isn't about rushing toward a destination. It's about awakening to presence while walking there. Every great story, every transformation, every awakening requires a period of waiting. Before the lotus blooms, it spends days submerged in mud. Before dawn breaks, there is the longest darkness. Before the arrow can fly, it must first be pulled back. And before your next chapter begins, life often slows down so that you can shed what cannot follow. This slowing is not stagnation, it is sacred alignment. The waiting is life whispering. You're not being delayed, you're being prepared for something that needs time to ripen. But waiting is hard because it forces you to face yourself. Without distractions or motion, the mind begins to chatter. Doubts arise, old fears resurface. You start questioning your worth, your path, even your purpose. The ego panics in stillness because it thrives on doing, on proving, achieving, controlling. But the soul knows another way. The soul understands that real growth happens in the unseen, in the quiet spaces between what you want and what's meant to be. In Buddhism, there is a teaching that says, when nothing is done, nothing is left undone. This means that stillness itself is an action, a powerful one. Waiting with awareness, patience and faith is not weakness. It's participation in divine timing. The seed does not rush to break through the soil. It trusts that the sun and rain will do their part. The same law governs your destiny. What's meant for you is already growing. You just can't see it yet. And if you force it, you risk uprooting what's still tender. The waiting period is where life prepares the vessel you. You think you're waiting for things to change, but often life is waiting for you to change. For your energy to align, for your perspective to shift, for your heart to soften. You can't receive new blessings with old patterns. You can't enter a new chapter while clinging to the last one. So life holds you still until your inner world matches the vibration of your next reality. It's not cruelty, it's calibration. Imagine a musician tuning their instrument before a performance. The audience grows restless, eager for the song to begin, but the artist knows that playing before the tuning is complete would create chaos. The same is true for the universe. It is tuning the strings of your life so that when your symphony begins, it will sound harmonious. The silence before the song is sacred. Many people mistake waiting for punishment because they don't understand what's happening beneath the surface. They think, if I'm not moving, I'm wasting time. But even when you can't see progress, growth is still unfolding. The caterpillar doesn't look busy inside the cocoon from the outside. It looks lifeless. Yet inside, cells are rearranging, wings are forming, and something miraculous is being born. You are in that cocoon right now. The stillness is not death. It's transformation disguised as rest. In these seasons, patience becomes your most powerful practice. But patience doesn't mean passivity. It's not about sitting idle, waiting for miracles to fall from the sky. True patience is active faith. It's showing up every day, doing what you can, surrendering what you can't, and trusting that life is unfolding exactly as it should. It's the quiet confidence that says, even though I can't see it yet, something sacred is happening. The waiting becomes sacred when you stop measuring it by time and start seeing it as training. Every moment of delay refines you. It burns away impatience, deepens trust, and strengthens your connection to the divine. You begin to realize that waiting is not about counting days. It's about cultivating faith. Because faith is not proven when things happen fast, it's proven when you can keep believing in the dark. There's a Buddhist parable about a monk who was tending a garden. A traveler passed by and asked, "How long will it take for these plants to grow?" The monk smiled and said, "As long as it takes." The traveler, impatient, pressed further. "But can't you make them grow faster?" The monk replied, "If I pull the shoots before they are ready, I will kill them." This is how many of us treat our dreams. We try to pull them up before they've rooted. We rush timing, we demand results, we force what should unfold. And in doing so, we destroy what was meant to blossom beautifully. Your waiting season is your garden. You must water it with faith and protect it from impatience. You can't see the seeds growing underground, but every day of trust adds sunlight. Every act of surrender adds rain. Every moment you choose peace over panic nurtures the roots. One morning, the bloom will surprise you not because it suddenly appeared, but because it had been growing all along. Patience also teaches humility. It reminds you that life doesn't revolve around your schedule. It teaches you that you can't command outcomes. You can only cooperate with timing. It humbles you into realizing that there's a greater intelligence organizing everything, one that sees beyond your immediate desires. And when you finally surrender to it, a quiet strength takes root. You stop wrestling with what isn't ready. You stop trying to control what's not yours to control. You learn to breathe inside uncertainty, to trust even when the horizon is hidden. The most peaceful souls you'll ever meet are not the ones who got everything quickly. They are the ones who learned how to wait. They've sat in silence without losing faith. They've endured seasons of nothingness and still chosen gratitude. They've learned that waiting doesn't delay the blessing, it deepens it. They understand that the longer something takes, the more energy and alignment it gathers behind the scenes. If you think about it, every great force in nature takes time. Mountains rise slowly, rivers carve their paths patiently, stars form over millions of years. The universe moves at the pace of purpose, not impatience. And because you are part of that universe, your life is no different. The slow chapters are not empty, they are necessary. They are how life ensures that when you rise with depth, not just height. Sometimes the waiting feels like silence from God, but silence is not absence. It's communication in another form. It's life saying, "Stay still, I'm working on something you can't see yet." The silence is sacred because it forces you to develop inner hearing, the ability to listen beyond sound, to trust beyond sight. When you can remain at peace, even when there's no proof, that's when you're closest to awakening. There's a subtle miracle that happens when you stop resisting the waiting. You begin to notice the beauty of the moment itself. You start seeing lessons where you once saw lack. You find gratitude in small things, the warmth of sunlight, the calm of breath, the kindness of a stranger. You begin to realize that life isn't something that starts when things finally happen. It's happening now, in this pause, in this breath, in this waiting. When you stop waiting for life, you start living with it. This is the great paradox. Once you stop demanding that life move faster, it starts flowing more easily. Once you stop pushing, things begin aligning. Why? Because surrender removes resistance. When you trust the current carries you. The universe doesn't respond to impatience. It responds to alignment. And alignment happens when you release control. You'll know you're reaching that alignment when peace replaces panic, when acceptance feels more natural than resistance, and when you can look at what hasn't arrived yet and still feel grateful. That's when you've entered the real art of waiting, the kind that transforms time into wisdom. And eventually, the timing will shift. One morning, something will click, a message, a person, a door, an opportunity. Suddenly, everything that once felt delayed will begin to unfold with ease. You'll realize that you didn't lose time at all. You were simply being synchronized with the rhythm of life. The universe never forgot you. It was just waiting for the moment when everything, your lessons, your strength, your energy, was finally ready to meet your destiny. When that moment comes, you'll see that the waiting was the most important part of all. It wasn't wasted time, it was sacred training. It taught you patience, humility, surrender, and resilience, the qualities you'll need to sustain what's coming. Without them, blessings would have become burdens. With them, you can hold your destiny with grace. So if you find yourself in a long season of waiting right now, breathe. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. you are being prepared. Trust the space between what you've prayed for and what's unfolding. That gap is not a void, it's the bridge between who you are and who you're becoming. The truth is, the waiting never really ends. It just transforms. Once one prayer is answered, another longing begins. But if you learn to see waiting not as suffering but as sacred partnership, you will never feel powerless again. You will walk through life with calm faith, knowing that every moment, even the still ones, carries divine intention. Because patience is not about enduring delay, it's about awakening to the realization that time itself is divine. Nothing is late, nothing is wasted, nothing is random. The waiting has always been the way. And one day, when you look back at the path you once questioned, you'll smile. You'll see how perfectly the pieces fit, how each pause had purpose, how each delay carried a hidden gift. You'll understand that you were never waiting for the universe was always waiting with you, until your heart was ready to open the door that was meant only for you. That is the hidden beauty of divine patience. When you stop fighting the weight itself becomes your awakening. The path you can't see is still leading you. Home trust, the unseen guidance of life. There comes a time in every soul's journey when the road ahead disappears into fog. You can't see the next step, the next chapter, or even the reason why things are happening the way they are. You feel suspended between what once was and what has yet to become, like walking through a corridor with no visible door at the end. It's in these moments of uncertainty that faith is tested, not in words but in silence. You begin to question everything: your timing, your choices, your purpose, even your place in this vast and mysterious world. Yet, this is exactly where the most sacred truth reveals itself, that the path you cannot see is often the one most aligned with your destiny. The universe doesn't always light up your entire road. It shows you the next step, then waits for you to move forward before revealing the next. This is how faith grows, not in comfort, but in trust. The unseen path is not a mistake, it's a spiritual training ground. It's life saying, walk by intuition, not by sight. Let go of certainty and follow your inner compass. Because the truth is, the universe never leaves you without guidance. It just speaks in a language that only silence can translate. When you cannot see what's next, it doesn't mean there's no direction. It means you're being invited to discover a new way of seeing. The eyes of the soul are different from the eyes of the mind. The mind seeks maps, guarantees, and outcomes. The soul, however, seeks flow, trust, and alignment. When the visible path fades, the invisible one begins, the one that is not built on plans, but on faith. There's a saying in Buddhist philosophy, you can only see as far as your light reaches. That light is your awareness, your faith, your surrender. When you walk in trust, each step illuminates just enough of the next one. You may not know the whole journey, but you don't need to. The universe always gives you enough light for this moment. Tomorrow's light will come when tomorrow arrives. But the human mind struggles with this. We crave certainty because uncertainty feels like chaos. We want control, not trust. We want proof before faith. Yet, in the divine order, faith comes first. Proof follows. You can't demand to see the whole path and still call it faith. The unseen path asks you to surrender your obsession with knowing and instead learn the deeper language of feeling. It's the quiet voice that says, turn here, wait now, or let go. It's the whisper that arises in stillness, not in noise. Often, what feels like confusion is not confusion at all. It's redirection. The fog you walk through isn't there to block you. It's there to slow you down so that what's meant for you can catch up. Life's timing is flawless, even when it feels off. You might think you've lost your way, but sometimes losing your way is how the soul leads you to the truth. You can't find new ground without stepping off the old map. Look back at your own story. Can you see now how every detour eventually made sense? How the people who left made space for something greater? How the disappointments that broke you eventually built you? That pattern is proof that unseen guidance has always been at work. Even the times you thought you made the wrong choice, even the times you felt abandoned, those were still guided. Because the universe doesn't abandon, it recalibrates. In Buddhism, there's a concept called pratityasamutpada, the interdependence of all things. It teaches that nothing exists in isolation. Every moment, choice, and encounter is connected. The path you walk is not separate from the paths of others, nor from the unseen intelligence weaving it all together. Your delays might be synchronizing with someone else's readiness. Your waiting might be aligning with divine timing on a scale larger than your own story. You are part of a vast, interconnected dance, and though you can't see the choreography, you can trust the rhythm. To walk an unseen path, you must learn to trust the inner compass, that quiet knowing within you that doesn't shout but softly pulls. The mind doubts it because it cannot explain it. But intuition doesn't speak in logic. It speaks in resonance. It's the feeling of peace that doesn't make sense, the attraction to something you can't yet define, the discomfort that tells you when you're in the wrong place. When you start listening to it, you begin aligning with guidance beyond the physical, and that guidance is everywhere. It's in the timing of events, the coincidences that feel too precise to be random, the songs that speak exactly what you needed to hear, the strangers who appear with messages you didn't know you needed. The universe communicates constantly, but few are still enough to listen. We're too busy doubting the silence, too anxious to trust the unseen. But if you start paying attention, you'll realize you're never walking alone. Life is always speaking through symbols, synchronicities, and sensations. The unseen path also teaches surrender. It strips away illusions of control and forces you to trust the process. You can't plan your way through the unknown. You can only flow through it. And that's where transformation happens. Control builds walls. Surrender builds wings. When you finally stop trying to manipulate outcomes, you create space for grace to move. The universe can't fill a life that's already crowded with plans. Sometimes, not knowing is the very thing that saves you, because it keeps you open to miracles that certainty would have closed off. There's a Buddhist koan that says, "Step into the river, and the river will appear." This means the path reveals itself through movement. You don't wait for perfect clarity before acting. You act with trust, and clarity follows. Most people wait for the fog to lift before they move, but the fog lifts because they move. The moment you take one small step, life responds. The invisible becomes visible. This is how all great journeys unfold, step by step, faith by faith. The most profound transformations don't happen when everything is certain. They happen when you walk, despite not knowing. It's in those leaps of trust that your higher self is born. When you walk through uncertainty without losing faith, you become unshakable. You begin to realize that the ground beneath you has always been there. It just reveals itself, one heartbeat at a time. Still, walking an unseen path is not without its trials. There will be moments when fear rises, when doubt whispers, when you feel utterly lost. You'll crave a sign, a guarantee, a glimpse of the future. But the universe rarely gives you a map. Instead, it gives you breadcrumbs, small hints to remind you you're still being guided. A conversation that stirs hope, a dream that feels like a message, a sudden peace that comes without reason. Those are not coincidences, they're confirmations. You must remember that confusion and clarity often exist together. Just because you can't see far doesn't mean you're off course. The fog doesn't mean you've failed, it means you're entering deeper territory. Think of a mountain climber. When they ascend high enough, clouds often surround them, obscuring their view. But just above those clouds lies sunlight and clear air. The fog is temporary. The summit is inevitable for those who keep climbing. Trust also means embracing the unknown as a companion rather than an enemy. The unknown is not darkness, it's the space where infinite possibilities live. It's the field Rumi spoke of when he said, "Beyond ideas of right and wrong, there is a field. I'll meet you there." That field is the unseen dimension of existence where your next chapter is already written, waiting for you to align with it. The more you relax into uncertainty, the more you realize it's not emptiness, it's potential. Sometimes the path disappears not because you've lost direction, but because it's time to create a new one. The old roads can't take you where your soul is meant to go. The universe removes your sense of control to remind you of your creative power. You are not here merely to follow, you are here to co-create. The unseen path is your blank canvas. It asks, what will you paint with your trust? Every great spiritual teacher has walked this invisible road. The Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree not because he had answers, but because he trusted stillness to reveal them. He didn't know how enlightenment would come, only that he was ready to receive it. That's what walking by faith looks like. Doing your part with full presence and letting life take care of the rest. As you continue on your unseen path, something begins to shift. You start realizing that maybe the destination was never the point. Maybe the purpose of the journey was to teach you how to walk with faith, with awareness, and with love. You stop needing guarantees and start savoring the mystery. You begin to live like a traveler guided by stars instead of streetlights, content with partial illumination, knowing it's enough to keep you moving forward. And then one day, after months or years of not knowing, the fog will part, the pieces will align, the people, lessons, and moments will converge like constellations finally making sense. You'll look back and realize that every twist, every silence, every delay was a perfect part of the design. You were never lost. You were being led through terrain that required darkness so you could learn to see your own light. This realization changes how you live. You stop panicking when plans fall apart. You stop forcing answers. You stop doubting your intuition. You trust that even detours are divine. You learn to flow with life, not against it. The path ahead may still be unclear, but you no longer fear that. You know now that the unseen is not empty, it's sacred. It's the space where miracles are conceived. The unseen path also teaches compassion for yourself and for others. You begin to understand that everyone you meet is walking through their own fog, trying to find their way. Some are just better at pretending they can see. This awareness softens your heart. You become kinder, gentler, more patient, not because life is easier, but because you've learned to trust its rhythm. When you finally accept that the unseen is not your enemy, peace arises naturally. You stop needing to control the future because you realize you're already connected to it. Every breath you take is part of a larger intelligence, one that never forgets, never wastes, never loses. The unseen guidance of life is like the ocean's current beneath a boat. Unseen, but steady, always moving you forward, even when the surface feels still. So when you can't see the road ahead, don't panic. Close your eyes. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Listen to the quiet hum of life within you. That's your compass. That's your connection to the infinite. Take one step, then another. The path will reveal itself in perfect rhythm, because in the grand scheme of things, there are no wrong turns, only unseen routes to the same destination. Home, not a place, but a state of being. Home is where your soul rests in trust. Home is the moment you stop fearing the unknown and start dancing with it. Home is the peace that whispers, "You were never lost, you were always being guided." The unseen path is the most beautiful path of all because it requires you to become the light that guides yourself. It strips away dependence on certainty, forcing you to awaken to your own wisdom. It reminds you that you are not a wanderer in chaos, but a traveler in divine choreography. Every delay, every detour, every step, even the ones taken in darkness, are part of the way back to yourself. So, walk softly, breathe deeply, trust completely. You may not see the whole path, but that's because you are meant to create it. The light you seek is not somewhere ahead, it's inside you, waiting to be discovered one step at a time. The path you can't see is still leading you home. Always has been, always will. Everything you're meant to become is already within you. Life is only unfolding what you already are. There's a quiet moment that comes to every seeker, the kind of moment that feels like both an ending and a beginning. You stop chasing. You stop striving to become something else, to be someone better, to reach some distant point of perfection. You stop fighting the current of your own becoming. You pause, look inward, and realize something astonishing. Everything you've been searching for has been inside you all along. The wisdom, the strength, the peace, the love, it's all been there, patiently waiting for you to notice. Life was never about becoming something new. It was about remembering what you've always been. You are not here to acquire yourself, you are here to uncover yourself. The universe doesn't create incomplete beings who must earn their worth. It creates whole souls that forget their divinity so they can rediscover it through experience. That forgetting and remembering, that sacred unfolding, is the essence of life. You are not being built, you are being revealed. Every challenge, every loss, every pause, and every joy is the universe gently carving away what you are not, so that what you truly are can shine. In Buddhism, this understanding is beautifully expressed through the metaphor of the lotus. The lotus doesn't bloom because it seeks light. It blooms because light was already within it. Even when buried in mud, it carries within its seed the blueprint of its own beauty. The mud doesn't destroy it, it nourishes it. Similarly, your struggles, your pain, your confusion, they don't erase your light, they refine it. Every time you fall and rise, you are not becoming more, you are becoming true. We spend much of our lives chasing the illusion of transformation as if it's something external, a version of ourselves waiting on the horizon. When I achieve this, I'll be complete. When I find love, I'll be whole. When life becomes stable, I'll be happy. But the truth is, you don't become whole through gain. You return to wholeness through awareness. The process of life isn't adding layers, it's peeling them away. It's letting go of false identities, fears, and illusions, until all that remains is your pure, undisturbed essence, the still center that has always known peace. Everything you admire in others, courage, wisdom, patience, compassion, is not something they possess that you don't. It's something they've allowed themselves to remember. Every time you see beauty in another, it's because that same beauty already lives within you. Recognition is resonance. You couldn't see light in others if it didn't already exist in you. That's why comparison is such a distortion. It blinds you to your own reflection. You keep measuring your value with someone else's mirror, forgetting that the same divine spark illuminates all souls differently. You were born complete, but life has a way of making you forget. From childhood, you're taught to look outward for validation, for love, for identity. You begin to believe that worth must be earned, that love must be chased, that peace is something to find, not something to be. Slowly, layer by layer, you build an image of who you think you're supposed to be, while burying who you already are. You start mistaking roles for truth, masks for faces, effort for essence. And then, life, in its infinite wisdom, begins the process of undoing that illusion. That undoing is what we often call suffering. It's the breaking of what's false so that what's real can emerge. The job you lose, the relationship that ends, the plan that collapses, these are not punishments, they're awakenings. Each one strips away a layer of illusion, bringing you closer to yourself. You don't grow by collecting more, you grow by surrendering what's in the way of your light. It's no coincidence that many spiritual traditions describe enlightenment as a kind of remembering. In Zen, they call it returning to your original mind. In Sufism, it's called remembrance of God. In Buddhism, awakening is the realization that your Buddha nature, your innate capacity for wisdom and compassion, was never absent. You just forgot. You were distracted by noise, by fear, by the endless chase for something you already carried. Awakening, then, is not an achievement. It's a homecoming. But why must this remembering take so long? Why must it come through struggle, heartbreak, and loss? Because remembering isn't mental, it's experiential. You cannot truly know peace until you've known chaos. You cannot truly recognize love until you've walked through loneliness. You cannot truly embody wisdom until you've faced confusion. The contrast is what awakens the knowing. Life uses opposites to reveal truth, pain to awaken compassion, failure to reveal humility, endings to birth gratitude. Every experience, even the ones that feel unbearable, is part of your remembering. There's a beautiful Buddhist story about a master sculptor. When asked how he creates such magnificent statues, he replies, "I do not carve the figure, I remove the stone that hides it." That's what life does with you. Every challenge is a chisel, every loss chips away a bit of stone. Slowly, the masterpiece emerges not because you became something new, but because what was false finally fell away. When you start seeing life this way, everything changes. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin asking, "What is this revealing in me?" You realize that every difficulty is an invitation to meet more of yourself. The pain that once felt meaningless becomes sacred because you see what it's making possible. The grief that once felt unbearable becomes holy because you see how it opened your heart. The waiting that once felt endless becomes purposeful because you see how it taught you surrender. You begin to understand that there is no outside teacher greater than the lessons embedded in your own life. The universe doesn't speak through coincidence alone, it speaks through experience. Every person you meet, every challenge you face, every dream you pursue, they're all mirrors reflecting you back to yourself. The harsh ones show you what you still resist. The kind ones show you what you already are. The confusing ones show you what you still need to understand. Nothing is random in this cosmic classroom. And the beautiful thing about this realization is that it dissolves fear. Once you know that nothing is wasted, that everything, even your pain, serves your evolution, you stop resisting life. You stop fighting your seasons. You start trusting that even when things seem to fall apart, they're actually falling into place. Because life doesn't break you to destroy you. It breaks you to release the light within you that the shell could no longer hold. Think of a seed again. For the plant to emerge, the seed must crack open. From the outside, that cracking looks like destruction, but it's creation. Your suffering, too, is the cracking of your shell. It feels like ending, but it's really expansion. The version of you that's dissolving is not dying. It's making space for the self you were always meant to live as. There's something deeply liberating about realizing that you're not walking toward your purpose, you're walking with it. Every breath, every decision, every detour is part of the unfolding. You can't miss your destiny because your destiny is not a destination, it's a revelation of who you already are. The universe isn't waiting for you to find yourself. It's slowly guiding you to remember yourself. Every time you trust your intuition, every time you act with compassion, every time you choose peace over reaction, you're aligning with that remembrance. You begin to live differently when you know this truth. You stop seeing yourself as broken. You stop saying, "I need to fix myself." Instead, you begin saying, "I need to remember myself." You realize that healing isn't about becoming perfect. It's about returning to wholeness. It's about letting go of the stories that told you you were not enough. You no longer chase external validation because you understand that your worth was never in question, it was only forgotten. And this remembering doesn't make you passive, it makes you powerful. Because when you know that everything you need is within you, you stop begging life to complete you. You start participating in creation consciously. You move from seeking to shaping, from reacting to responding, from surviving to serving. You realize that your purpose is not a title or a career. It's an expression of your essence. It's living from your truth so fully that everything you do, whether you're working, loving, resting, or speaking, becomes an act of alignment. The most beautiful souls are not those who have never fallen, but those who have fallen deeply and still remembered their light. They walk through darkness not with fear, but with reverence. They know that the darkness is not an enemy, it's a womb. It's where the unseen becomes seen, where the next version of your truth is born. When you stop judging the dark parts of your journey, you start discovering the hidden gifts they carry. Everything you've gone through has been shaping you for the life your soul intended. The betrayals taught you boundaries. The heartbreaks taught you self-respect. The failures taught you humility. The loneliness taught you self-love. You are not behind, you are being sculpted. The pain wasn't detour, it was design. When you understand that, your relationship with life transforms. You stop resisting change because you realize you are change. You stop fearing endings because you know they are beginnings in disguise. You stop clinging to certainty because you know that uncertainty is the space where creation breathes. You start flowing with life rather than fighting it. And as you keep walking this path of remembrance, something extraordinary happens. The outer world begins to mirror your inner truth. When you remember your worth, you attract people who honor it. When you remember your peace, chaos stops unsettling you. When you remember your purpose, opportunities align naturally. The outer world rearranges itself to match your inner frequency. You realize that the universe doesn't reward effort, it mirrors energy. The highest truth is this: you were never lost. You've always been on the path. Every wrong turn was still part of the right journey because it revealed something you needed to know. Every pause, every delay, every heartbreak, all of it was guiding you home. You were never being punished, you were being polished. Life has been slowly, tenderly unfolding your light, layer by layer, until you can finally see yourself clearly. And when that seeing happens, when you truly remember who you are, the chase ends. You stop trying to reach the light because you realize you are the light. You stop asking for signs because you recognize that your very existence is a sign proof of divine intention. You stop seeking meaning because you become meaning itself. Everything you're meant to become is already within you. The love you seek is already beating in your chest. The strength you admire is already coursing through your soul. The peace you long for is already resting beneath your thoughts. The light you search for is already shining behind your eyes. You were never missing anything, you were simply distracted from your own wholeness. So slow down. Stop chasing. Sit with yourself in stillness. Listen to the quiet hum of your own being. Feel the life pulsing through you. That pulse is the universe saying, you are already enough. You always were. You are not a work in progress. You are a masterpiece in motion. You are not waiting to be found. You are remembering that you were never lost. You are not learning how to become. You are learning how to be. And as you remember this truth, the world around you changes not because it suddenly becomes easier, but because you finally see it through the eyes of wholeness. You see beauty in imperfection, love in loss, purpose in pain. You see the divine everywhere, including within yourself. Everything you've ever longed to become is already breathing inside you. Life is not creating you, it's revealing you, moment by moment, experience by experience, until the light within you stands fully unveiled. And when that happens, You'll smile not with pride, but with peace, because you'll finally know you were never becoming anything. You were always becoming yourself. The storm was never there to destroy you. It came to reveal your strength. There are seasons in every human life when the sky darkens, the winds roar, and everything you once thought was stable begins to shake. The plans you built collapse. The people you counted on disappear. The calm you once took for granted is replaced by chaos. It feels as though the universe has turned against you, as though life itself is testing how much pain one heart can endure. You ask the question that has lived in every soul since the beginning of time. Why is this happening to me? But here's the truth. The storm hides within its noise. It's not happening to you, it's happening for you. You are not being broken, you are being built. The winds that rage around you are not meant to tear you apart, but to strip away what no longer belongs. The lightning that splits your sky isn't a curse, it's illumination, showing you truths you couldn't see in the light of comfort. The storm does not come to destroy you, it comes to reveal you. It is the divine sculptor's chisel, the universe's way of awakening the strength you forgot you had. We are taught to fear storms, to equate chaos with danger and discomfort with failure. Yet, look at nature. The forest thrives because of storms. The rain nourishes the soil, the lightning clears the air. The wind carries the seeds that birth new life. Nothing in nature resists the storm. It bends, it sways, it yields, and through that surrender, it endures. The same law applies to your soul. The more you resist the storm, the longer it rages. The moment you stop running and face it, you realize it was never against you. It was cleansing you, refining you, preparing you for calm beyond anything you've known. In Buddhism, suffering is described as the friction between how life is and how we want it to be. The storm, then, isn't the problem, our resistance is. When you say, "This shouldn't be happening," you create pain. When you say, "This is happening, and I will learn from it," you transform pain into power. The Buddha taught that the obstacle is the path. Every difficulty you face carries the seeds of awakening. The stronger the wind, the deeper the roots grow. The heavier the rain, the greener the earth becomes. Your storm is not your punishment, it's your teacher in disguise. You may not realize it now, but every storm that has ever entered your life has carried purpose. Think back to the ones you've already survived. The heartbreak that shattered you taught you how to love yourself. The failure that humiliated you taught you humility and resilience. The loss that broke you open taught you compassion. You became wiser, kinder, stronger, not despite the storm, but because of it. Without those tempests, you might still be living in illusions. You might still be mistaking comfort for peace, control for stability, approval for love. The storm tears away what's false so that truth can stand. It's natural to fear chaos. The mind craves order, predictability, and safety. When life becomes unpredictable, fear rises like thunder. But the truth is, the most powerful transformations occur in the places where certainty ends. You cannot grow if you never step into the unknown. The storm forces you there, into the wild territory where faith becomes your compass. When you can't see the road ahead, when every plan fails, when nothing makes sense, that's when your soul begins to remember its strength. There's a saying in Zen: "The same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg." The storm is neutral. It's your response that shapes what it makes of you. Some collapse under pressure, others awaken. Some curse the rain, others dance in it. The difference isn't in the storm, but in the state of the heart. When you meet chaos with surrender instead of fear, you become indestructible. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start seeing yourself as a vessel of transformation. Every soul that walks the path of awakening must pass through fire. The Buddha endured years of deprivation before enlightenment. The lotus grows only in muddy water. Even stars are born from collapsing clouds. Why should your journey be any different? The pressure you feel is not proof that you're failing, it's proof that you're evolving. The storm doesn't mean something has gone wrong, it means something new is being born. But here's the paradox: strength doesn't come from fighting the storm, it comes from surrendering to it. Most people misunderstand surrender as giving up, but in truth, surrender is the highest form of courage. It's saying, I no longer need to control what I don't understand. I trust that this storm has meaning, even if I can't see it yet. That act of faith turns fear into peace. The storm may still roar, but it no longer owns you. You become like the mountain, unmoved, unshaken, grounded in knowing that no storm lasts forever. When the winds rise, the tree that refuses to bend will break, but the one that bends survives. Flexibility is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the understanding that you can yield without losing your essence. The storm may change your shape, but it cannot touch your roots. What's real in you, your spirit, your awareness, your capacity for love, cannot be destroyed. That's what storms teach you, the difference between what is temporary and what is eternal. The first thing every storm does is expose false foundations. When life is calm, it's easy to believe you're strong because everything is stable. But when the ground shakes, you learn what truly supports you. You learn that strength isn't loud or rigid, it's quiet, patient, enduring. It's not the absence of fear, but the ability to act with faith despite fear. The storm shows you that your peace cannot depend on external stability, it must come from within. Sometimes, the storm doesn't just test your strength, it redirects your path. It tears away what you've outgrown, even when you don't see it. The job you lose, the friendship that fades, the relationship that ends, these are not random losses. They are divine rearrangements. The storm doesn't ask your permission before changing your life, because your soul asked for growth before your mind knew what it would cost. You think life is falling apart, but it's falling into place. In those moments when you feel lost, when you can't see the purpose behind the chaos, remember this: storms don't last, but their lessons do. Every tempest has an expiration date. The rain may fall hard, but it will stop. The clouds may block the sun, but the sun has not vanished. It's still there, waiting to shine when the sky clears. The same is true for your spirit. It may be obscured by pain, but it has never gone out. The storm cannot destroy what is eternal in you. The key to surviving the storm is to shift your question. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What is this trying to awaken in me?" That one question transforms everything. The moment you stop resisting, the moment you choose to learn instead of suffer, the storm begins to serve you. You become the student of your own experience, and the universe becomes your teacher. There's a Buddhist teaching that says, pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. The pain of the storm is real, the loss, the fear, the uncertainty. But the suffering comes from clinging, from refusing to accept what is. When you release that resistance, you find peace even in the middle of chaos. You stop trying to escape the storm and start listening to it. What is it showing you about attachment, about control, about trust? Every storm comes with its own sacred curriculum. One day, when the winds calm and the sky clears, you'll look back and realize that the storm changed you in ways peace never could. It taught you humility. It deepened your compassion. It gave you a strength you didn't know you possessed. You'll see that you didn't just survive, you expanded. The old version of you, the one that doubted, clung, and feared, dissolved in the rain. And what emerged is someone freer, wiser, truer. That's the paradox of growth. It often feels like destruction when it's happening. The fire that melts gold doesn't destroy it, it purifies it. The storm that tears down your walls doesn't weaken you, it shows you what you can live without. The chaos that shakes your faith doesn't break it, it reveals where it was built on illusion. You may curse the storm now, but one day you'll thank it for everything it gave you that calm never could. There's a story of a monk meditating in a mountain temple during a violent storm. Thunder cracked, rain poured, trees fell, the wind howled through the valley. But inside the temple, the monk sat unmoved, breathing calmly. When a young disciple asked how he could remain so peaceful, the monk smiled and said, "The storm is only outside. I do not invite it in." That's the secret to let the outer world rage while keeping your inner world still. You cannot always control what happens, but you can control how deeply it enters you. When the next storm comes, and it will remember this truth, you've survived every single one before. The evidence of your resilience is your presence here now. You've been tested and tempered like steel in fire. You are not fragile, you are forged. The storm may shake your branches, but it cannot uproot you. The lightning may strike, but it only illuminates your sky. So when life darkens again, do not panic. Stand firm in your center. Let the rain wash away what's heavy. Let the wind carry what's done. Let the thunder remind you of your pulse, of the fact that you're still here, still breathing, still capable of love. The storm is not your enemy. It is your mirror, showing you your unbreakable nature. Every time the storm passes, you rise wiser, softer, stronger. You begin to trust the rhythm of destruction and creation, the endless cycle of falling apart and coming together. You stop fearing change because you've seen that even after devastation, life returns. Flowers bloom again, birds sing again, the sun rises again. The same will happen to you. The same light will return, only this time it will shine from within. The greatest peace you'll ever know doesn't come from a life without storms. It comes from knowing you can withstand them. It comes from realizing that the storms are part of your evolution. They strip away your false security so that you can find real stability, the kind that no external force can shake. They teach you that your peace was never meant to depend on calm weather, but on calm awareness. And perhaps the most beautiful truth of all is this: when you stop fearing the storm, it stops fearing you. You and the chaos become partners in growth. You dance with it. You learn from it. You thank it for its lessons. You understand that without it, you could never have discovered your strength. One day, when someone else stands trembling in their own storm, you'll be the calm presence they look to. You'll tell them, "I've been where you are. I've felt the thunder, too. But trust me, this will not destroy you. It's here to reveal you." And they'll believe you, not because of your words, but because of the peace in your eyes. So, let the storm come. Let it shake, roar, and cleanse. Don't resist it. Stand in it with grace. You are not made of glass. You are made of soul. The storm may test you, but it cannot take from you what was never temporary: your strength, your awareness, your divine resilience. The storm was never here to break you. It came to remind you of what you've been all along: unshakable, luminous, eternal. And when the clouds part and the light returns, you'll realize that you didn't just survive the storm, you became it. You became the thunder, the rain, the renewal. You became the calm that follows. You became the sky itself, vast, untouchable, infinite. You are exactly where you need to be, even when it doesn't feel like it. There are moments in life when you stop in the middle of your journey and whisper to yourself, "This can't be it. I should be further by now." You look around and see others racing ahead, achieving more, smiling brighter, seemingly living the life you keep reaching for. You look at your own story and feel behind, misplaced, or forgotten. You question the timing of your life, wondering if somewhere along the way you took the wrong turn. You replay your choices like old films, trying to spot the exact moment where it all began to fall apart. But here's the truth: you are not late, you are not behind, you are not stuck. You are right where you need to be. Every pause, every detour, Every delay has purpose woven into it, even if your eyes cannot yet see the pattern. The universe is never in a rush, and neither should you be. The seasons of your life unfold with divine precision. Just because the seed hasn't sprouted yet doesn't mean it's not growing beneath the soil. Life is not a race, it's a rhythm, and you are in tune with it, even when you think you're lost. When you compare your path to another's, you rob yourself of peace. Comparison blinds you to the perfection of your own unfolding. You begin to see life as a competition instead of a conversation with the divine. You start believing that success and happiness have deadlines, that if you don't achieve by a certain age, or if things don't happen in a certain order, you've failed. But the truth is, there is no universal timeline. There is only your timeline, the one written specifically for your soul's growth. In Buddhism, there's a concept called tathata, meaning suchness, the ability to accept things exactly as they are without trying to force or fix them. When you practice suchness, you begin to see that life is neither early nor late, neither wrong nor right. It simply is. You are not misplaced. You are in the classroom your soul chose, learning the exact lessons you need for your next awakening. The mind loves to believe that progress is linear. It wants straight roads, predictable turns, visible milestones. But life moves in spirals, not lines. You circle back to old lessons until you've mastered them. You return to familiar emotions until you've understood their message. You revisit the same wounds until you've healed them from their roots. To the impatient mind, this feels like stagnation, but to the awakened soul, it is sacred repetition. You are not going in circles. You are rising in spirals. Every loop brings you to a higher level of understanding. Think of the seasons. The tree doesn't bloom all year. There are months when it stands bare and lifeless, but those are not wasted months. They are preparation. Beneath the bark, unseen by human eyes, life is stirring. Roots are strengthening. Energy is gathering. Without winter, spring could not exist. Without stillness, no new life could be born. So if your season feels silent, if you feel like nothing is moving, remember that growth is often invisible. Stillness is not stagnation, it's gestation. Sometimes, the universe pauses your progress to prepare you for what you asked for. You might think you're ready for your next chapter, but your spirit knows otherwise. Maybe there's still healing to be done before the opportunity arrives. Maybe the door you want to open would destroy your peace if it opened too soon. Maybe what feels like delay is divine protection, sparing you from success that your current self couldn't sustain. You see only the surface, but life sees the depth. Every not yet from the universe is an act of mercy. There's a Buddhist parable about a monk who asked his master, "How long will it take for me to find peace?" The master replied, 10 years. The monk frowned. "And if I work very hard?" The master smiled. "Then 20 years. The lesson is simple. The more you rush toward enlightenment, the further it moves away. Peace cannot be forced. Growth cannot be hurried. The more you try to control the pace of your life, the more it slips through your grasp. The path reveals itself only when you stop pushing and start trusting. When you stop fighting your current season and begin to accept it, something magical happens, clarity arises. You begin to see that every event in your life, even the painful ones, was not random. The heartbreak that shattered you taught you empathy. The delay that frustrated you built patience. The failure that humiliated you humbled your ego. The confusion that scared you expanded your awareness. Every piece fits into the mosaic of who you're becoming. You are exactly where you need to be, because this is the only place where your next transformation can occur. You can't skip the steps your soul requires. The butterfly cannot fly without first dissolving into nothingness inside the cocoon. That in-between space, that uncomfortable stage of not being who you were and not yet being who you will become, is the sacred womb of evolution. Many people try to escape it. They distract themselves with noise, chase achievements, or numb their discomfort. But you can't fast forward through spiritual growth. The discomfort you feel is not punishment, it's preparation. It's the stretch before the leap, the silence before the song, the darkness before the dawn. The universe slows you down not to frustrate you, but to align you. Have you ever noticed how, when you finally accept the present moment, truly surrender to it, things begin to shift almost effortlessly? That's because resistance creates tension, but trust creates flow. When you stop demanding that life move on your schedule, life begins to move for you. The energy that was once trapped in worry and impatience is freed, and miracles quietly begin to unfold. You start noticing subtle synchronicities, signs that remind you you're not lost. The right people appear, the right ideas surface. The timing aligns in ways that make you whisper, "It couldn't have happened any other way." And you realize that what you once thought were detours were actually divine shortcuts. They just didn't look like it at the time. It's important to remember that your journey is uniquely tailored to your soul's growth. Some souls learn through peace, others through storms. Some awaken through love, others through loss. Some evolve quickly, others slowly and deeply. There's no superior path, only the one that fits your evolution. Your life is not meant to mirror anyone else's, because your lessons, your karma, your destiny are uniquely yours. When you understand this, and comparison begins to dissolve, you stop measuring your progress against someone else's timeline. You stop envying what they have because you realize they're on their own curriculum. You begin to bless others' journeys while honoring your own pace. You realize that what's meant for you will never require you to compete for it. It will come when you are ready to receive it. Sometimes, you will only understand the perfection of your timing in hindsight. One day, you'll look back and see that the heartbreak you cursed was the doorway to your purpose. The job you lost freed you to follow your calling. The silence that felt unbearable was where you learned to hear your soul. Every delay, every rejection, every detour, they were not deviations, they were directions. Even the most painful chapters have purpose. In Buddhism, suffering is seen as the teacher that awakens compassion. When life humbles you, it opens your heart. When life slows you down, it deepens your awareness. You begin to see how the very moments that once made you question everything were the ones that shaped your spirit the most. And when you start to trust this process, peace enters. You stop rushing toward the future and start living fully in the present. You realize that this very moment is sacred. Not the destination, not the achievement, but the now. You begin to live from presence rather than pressure. You breathe differently. You move differently. You no longer live in waiting. You live in being. In that being, gratitude blooms. You start to see beauty even in unfinished things. You appreciate your own pace. You find joy in progress that is quiet, subtle, invisible to others. You understand that your journey doesn't have to be dramatic to be divine. Sometimes, the most powerful growth happens silently in your heart, in your thoughts, in the way you respond to life. You stop saying, "I should be somewhere else," because you realize that here is where your power lives. Here is where transformation begins. Here is where alignment happens. Life doesn't meet you in the past or the future, it meets you in the now. When you are fully present, even your challenges become sacred teachers. And then something miraculous occurs. The pressure to have everything figured out fades. You start trusting that you don't need to know the whole plan, only the next step. You stop overthinking and start flowing. You stop chasing and start aligning. You stop demanding certainty and start dancing with mystery. The Buddha once said, "There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path." The same truth applies to peace, purpose, and fulfillment. You don't arrive at them, you walk in them, moment by moment, choice by choice. If you're in a season of waiting right now, if things feel slow, unclear, or uncertain, Take heart. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. You are in the middle of your becoming. The universe is aligning circumstances, lessons, and timing so that when what's meant for you arrives, you'll be ready to hold it without fear. You may not see it, but you are already becoming the version of yourself you once prayed to be. Every experience, joyful or painful, is shaping you into that person. The more you trust the timing of your life, the more life begins to trust you. So, pause, breathe, look around. You are not behind. You are on time. The universe has never misplaced you. Every step you've taken, even the ones that felt wrong, has led you here. And here is not a mistake. It's sacred ground. You are exactly where you need to be, because this is the only place where your soul can learn what it needs to learn next. Maybe the universe slowed you down because you were moving too fast to hear your own heart. Maybe it closed certain doors because you were walking toward what wasn't meant for you. Maybe it kept you in stillness because the next chapter required a stronger foundation. Maybe, just maybe, you are not waiting for life. Life is waiting for you to see its perfection. One day, when the pieces finally come together, you'll understand. You'll look back and realize that every delay was right on time. Every detour was divine. Every no was a hidden yes. You'll see that there was never a wrong turn, only the path of wisdom unfolding in its own rhythm. Until then, trust this moment. Honor your season. Let go of the illusion of being behind. You are not in competition with time. You are in harmony with eternity. The flower does not rush to bloom. The river does not force its flow. The moon does not question its phases. Why should you? You are exactly where you need to be in the middle of your sacred becoming. Breathe into that truth. Let it soften your impatience, quiet your doubts, and remind you that the universe has never made a mistake, especially not with you. The waiting is not empty. It is full of meaning, of transformation, of grace. The path is unfolding exactly as it should. All you have to do is trust where you are, because one day you'll look back at this very season. The confusion, the stillness, the ache and whisper, it was all leading me here. The universe delays nothing you receive when you're ready to hold what you asked for. There are moments in your life when it feels like the universe has forgotten your prayers. You've done the work, you've waited patiently, you've whispered countless hopes into the silence of the night, and still nothing seems to move. You see others receiving the very things you've been asking for, while your hands remain empty. You begin to question whether your faith has been misplaced, whether perhaps life has overlooked you, whether destiny has skipped your name. You start to wonder, why not me? Why not now? But what if the universe hasn't denied your request? What if it's preparing you to receive it? What if delay is not rejection, but refinement? What if the time between asking and receiving is sacred space, the invisible classroom, where you become the person capable of holding what you once thought you were ready for? You see, the universe never says no without reason. It says, not yet, because you're still becoming. You might think you're ready, but readiness isn't measured by desire, it's measured by alignment. You don't receive when you want something, you receive when you match something. And matching isn't about luck or effort alone, it's about energy, awareness, and inner growth. Every prayer you make sends out a vibration, and that vibration attracts its reflection. If your request is born from lack, fear, or impatience, it attracts lessons that teach you fulfillment, courage, and patience before it attracts the outcome itself. The universe is never cruel, it is precise. It won't give you what you've asked for until you can sustain it, respect it, and grow through it without losing your peace. In Buddhism, this truth is mirrored in the principle of karmic readiness. It teaches that everything you experience from opportunity to hardship arrives not at random, but when the causes and conditions align perfectly for it to unfold. No fruit appears before its season. No flower blooms before its roots are ready. No destiny reveals itself until your consciousness can understand it. You cannot rush divine timing. You can only align with it. Imagine a child asking for fire. The parent doesn't say no to punish them. They say not yet, because the child hasn't yet learned how to hold fire without getting burned. The parent's delay is love disguised as denial. The universe works in the same way. The delay between your prayer and its fulfillment is not neglect, it's protection. It's the universe saying, "You're not ready yet, but I'm preparing you." And that preparation often comes in the form of contrast through lessons, heartbreaks, detours, and waiting. Because readiness isn't built in comfort, it's built in challenge. You can't learn strength without being tested. You can't learn patience without delay. You can't learn gratitude without loss. These experiences aren't obstacles. They are the ingredients that make you capable of holding what you desire with wisdom instead of ego. You might not see it, but everything that's happening in your life right now, even the frustrating parts, is refining your vibration. The universe is not just delivering what you want, it's shaping who you need to become to keep it. You're being stretched to develop the emotional endurance, spiritual maturity, and inner peace required to receive what's coming. If blessings arrived before you were ready, they would overwhelm you. You'd mistake them for luck instead of alignment. You'd cling to them in fear rather than grow with them in faith. That's why divine timing exists, to ensure that what comes to you doesn't break you but expands you. Think of the seed planted in the earth. For months, it lies in darkness. From the outside, it looks lifeless, buried, forgotten. But in that hidden space, the seed is undergoing transformation. Its shell is breaking, its roots are forming, it's gathering strength for the moment it finally breaks the surface. If the gardener dug it up too soon, the plant would never grow. You are that seed. The darkness you feel right now is not the end, it's the beginning of your becoming. The waiting is not punishment, it's gestation. So often, people mistake divine silence for absence. They believe that if nothing is happening, nothing is working. But silence is not stillness. Beneath the surface, life is always moving. Just because you can't see progress doesn't mean it's not unfolding. The universe is a master of timing, unseen, quiet, deliberate. Every delay is alignment happening in slow motion. You see, divine timing isn't about giving you what you want when you want it. It's about giving it to you when it will serve your highest growth. If it came too early, you wouldn't recognize it as a blessing. You might even sabotage it. But when it arrives in perfect timing, it fits into your life with ease. You don't have to chase it, control it, or prove yourself worthy of it. It simply finds you because you've become the person it was always meant for. This is why so many of your prayers seem unanswered, not because they've been ignored, but because they've been scheduled. The universe heard you the first time. It simply knows that timing is an essential part of manifestation. You don't want a half-grown blessing. You don't want a rushed miracle. You want the kind that lasts, the kind that arrives when your spirit and circumstances are both ready to sustain it. The Buddhist master Thich Nhat Hanh once said, "Patience is not waiting. It is the calm acceptance that things can happen in a different order than the one you imagine." The universe doesn't follow your calendar. It follows the rhythm of your soul. It gives you what you need before what you want, because what you need prepares you for what you want. Sometimes, what feels like divine delay is actually divine sequencing. You might be ready for your dream, but your dream might not yet be ready for you. Maybe the people who will walk into your life haven't finished their own lessons. Maybe the environment that will hold your success is still forming. Maybe the opportunity is still being shaped behind the scenes. You are one thread in a vast tapestry of timing, and the universe is weaving all of it together perfectly. So how do you live peacefully in the waiting? By shifting your perspective. Instead of saying, "Why is nothing happening?" say, What is being built in me while I wait? Instead of demanding answers, start trusting the process. When you live with that trust, the waiting becomes sacred. You start to realize that you're not being delayed, you're being developed. Look back on your life for a moment. Remember the times you wanted something desperately but didn't get it, only to later realize that it would have been the wrong thing, or the wrong time, or the wrong person. You were spared. You were protected from blessings that would have become burdens. You were redirected toward what was truly meant for you. That's not luck, that's divine intelligence at work. Every unanswered prayer is an answered prayer in disguise. Every delay is the universe whispering, there's more to prepare. And when it finally happens, when the timing aligns, it feels effortless. The struggle vanishes, the doors open with grace. You don't have to force anything. That's how you know it's divine. It flows, not fights. The waiting makes sense. The pain finds meaning. The story fits together. What's beautiful about divine timing is that it transforms you into someone who no longer chases you, begin to attract. You stop begging life to move faster because you understand that everything that's meant for you cannot miss you. You stop comparing your journey to others because you realize that no one can take your place in the grand design. Your timing is sacred, perfectly tuned to your soul's melody. When you truly trust this, peace arrives. You no longer rush your path because you understand that your evolution is not a race, it's a rhythm. You stop asking, when will it happen? And start saying, I know it will happen when I'm ready. You realize that life isn't withholding from you, it's waiting for you to rise to the level of what you've asked for. And rising doesn't always mean doing more, sometimes it means becoming still enough to listen. The universe often speaks in whispers through intuition, synchronicities, and small nudges. When you slow down and become present, you start noticing them. You begin to see signs that reassure you. The right word in a book, a song that feels like an answer, a person crossing your path at the perfect moment. These are reminders that your timeline is unfolding exactly as it should. There's an old Zen saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. This doesn't only refer to literal teachers, it applies to every lesson, opportunity, and breakthrough. Readiness opens the door that waiting alone cannot. So while you wait, don't just mark time, prepare. Build your inner foundation, sharpen your character, deepen your patience, strengthen your peace, because when your moment arrives, it won't give you time to prepare, it will demand that you already are. This is why the waiting season is sacred, because it's where strength is formed. You may not feel progress, but your soul is being trained in the art of trust. You are learning to stay calm without control, to believe without evidence, to love without guarantee. You're being shaped into someone who doesn't just survive divine timing, but thrives in it. There will come a day when you finally receive what you once prayed for, and it will arrive so naturally that you'll smile and think, of course, it couldn't have come any other way. You'll see how every delay was actually a doorway, every closed path was a redirection, every heartbreak was a purification. The timing that once frustrated you will reveal itself as flawless. And in that moment, you'll understand the deeper wisdom. The universe never delays, it synchronizes. Every prayer you've ever made has already been heard. The moment you asked, creation began moving. The pieces started shifting. The lessons started aligning. The version of you who can hold that blessing began forming. The gap between asking and receiving is simply the journey of you becoming that version. So don't curse the waiting. Don't fear the silence. Don't mistake delay for denial. The universe is meticulous, not slow. Every heartbeat, every setback, every moment of stillness is part of your preparation. The hands of divine timing never stop moving. You will not miss what's meant for you, not because you're lucky, but because the universe doesn't operate in accidents. What is meant for you carries your name on it, your energy, your signature, your purpose. It will not arrive early, nor will it arrive late. It will arrive when your soul is steady enough to receive it with gratitude, not desperation. Until then, live, trust, grow, enjoy the now. Don't wait for the blessing to feel blessed. Learn to see that the waiting is the blessing, because this is where faith is born. This is where strength is forged. This is where alignment begins. The universe delays nothing. You receive not when you demand, but when you become. Not when you chase, but when you're still enough to attract. Not when you're perfect, but when you're prepared. And when that moment arrives, when your readiness and destiny finally meet, it will not feel like a miracle crashing into your life. It will feel like the most natural thing in the world, like a seed finally breaking into bloom. Because it was never withheld from you, it was growing with you, waiting for you to grow into it. Trust this truth. The universe is not making you wait, it's making you ready. Every unanswered prayer is an invitation to deepen, every delay a whisper of preparation, every silence a sacred sign that what's coming is far greater than what you can yet imagine. When it arrives, you'll understand. You'll look back and thank the waiting. You'll thank the closed doors. You'll thank the pauses. Because you'll realize that what you were waiting for was never separate from you. It was waiting inside you, unfolding in divine time, with divine love, in perfect order. The universe delays nothing. You are already on time. You always have been. You always will be. You don't control the flow of life. You learn to flow with it. There comes a time in everyone's life when you finally realize that no matter how hard you plan, fight, or push, life has its own rhythm. You can wake up early, set goals, visualize outcomes, and still, the universe will rearrange things in a way that humbles you. People will come and go before you're ready. Dreams will shift into different forms. Plans will crumble just when you thought you had everything figured out. And in those moments, you stand there confused, frustrated, maybe even broken, asking the question every soul has whispered at least once: why doesn't life go the way I want it to? The answer, as ancient as the stars and as quiet as breath, is this: because life isn't meant to obey you, it's meant to teach you. You were never born to control the flow. You were born to learn to flow with it. In your early years, control feels like safety. You cling to routines, predictability, and clear answers because uncertainty feels like chaos. You convince yourself that if you plan well enough, work hard enough, and anticipate every outcome, you can keep life within your grasp. But slowly, as the years unfold, you begin to notice something. No matter how perfect your plans are, life has a way of shifting them. The universe moves like water fluid, unpredictable, impossible to contain. And when you try to dam that flow, all you create is resistance. The more you try to hold on, the more you suffer. In Buddhism, this resistance is known as dukkha, the root of all suffering. It arises not from what happens to us, but from our refusal to accept what is. The tighter we cling to how we think life should be, the more pain we create when life dares to be what it actually is. The Buddha taught that peace comes not from controlling life, but from releasing the illusion that you ever could. To flow with life doesn't mean apathy or inaction. It doesn't mean surrendering to chaos or giving up on your goals. It means learning to move with awareness, to act when the current calls for action, and to be still when the tide withdraws. It means listening deeply to the rhythm of things, learning when to let go and when to hold on, when to push forward and when to rest. It's not about giving up control. It's about giving up the need for control. Imagine standing in a river. If you fight against the current, it will exhaust you. You'll struggle, flail, and feel as though the river is trying to drown you. But if you learn to float, to move with its flow instead of against it, and something beautiful happens, you begin to travel effortlessly. The river doesn't change, you do. That's the secret of peace. The current of life doesn't stop, it carries you. The suffering ends the moment you stop fighting the direction of the water. The truth is, the universe is always moving in your favor, even when it doesn't feel like it. The detours, delays, and endings that frustrate you are not random chaos. They're part of a larger current guiding you toward growth. You may think you know what's best for your life, but your perspective is limited. You see only one moment at a time, like a single wave in an endless sea. The universe sees the ocean. It knows where each current leads. What you call failure is often redirection. What you call loss is often cleansing. What you call delay is often preparation. Flowing with life begins with trust. Trust that everything is unfolding with purpose, even when it doesn't match your expectations. Trust that every change, even the painful ones, is moving you closer to alignment. Trust that you don't need to control the river to arrive where you're meant to go. But this kind of trust doesn't come easily. It's learned slowly, through trial and surrender. Usually, it begins with the breaking of control. Something happens that shatters your certainty. A loss, a failure, a heartbreak, a plan that collapses overnight. These moments hurt deeply because they expose how fragile your illusion of control was. They strip you bare and force you to face the truth. You never controlled anything, not time, not people, not outcomes. All you ever controlled was your response. And yet, that realization is the beginning of wisdom. Because when you stop trying to control the uncontrollable, you free yourself to focus on what truly matters: your attitude, your awareness, your actions in the present moment. You begin to live with more peace because you're no longer at war with reality. There's a famous Zen story about a monk rowing across a lake in the fog. Suddenly, another boat crashes into his, jolting him backward. Furious, he starts yelling at the other person until he realizes the boat is empty. In that instant, his anger dissolves. He laughs at himself, recognizing that he had been arguing with emptiness. That's what life often is, an empty boat. It's not personal. The universe isn't trying to harm you, it's just flowing. The pain comes not from what happens, but from your resistance to what's happening. To live in harmony with life means learning to let go of the belief that every obstacle needs to be fought. Some situations need understanding, not opposition. Some endings need gratitude, not resistance. Some detours need trust, not panic. The river knows the way, even when you don't. When you start to live with that kind of awareness, your entire perspective changes. You begin to see life as a dance instead of a battle. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "How is life guiding me through this?" You realize that even challenges carry blessings, that discomfort is often the universe's way of moving you toward transformation. Think about the strongest, calmest people you've ever met. They're not that way because life has been easy for them. They're that way because they've learned to stop fighting reality. They've learned that peace doesn't come from perfect circumstances, but from inner flexibility. When things fall apart, they don't collapse with them, they adapt. They bend, they breathe, they trust. That is the essence of flow. In nature, nothing forces. Rivers don't rush to the sea, they simply find the way. Trees don't strain to grow, they respond to sunlight. Seasons don't fight each other for dominance, they arrive and depart in perfect balance. The universe operates through effortless precision, what Taoism calls Wu Wei, the art of action without struggle. When you learn to align yourself with that flow, life begins to feel lighter. You still work, dream, and strive, but without tension. You start to act from intuition rather than anxiety, from peace rather than pressure. It's easy to misunderstand surrender as passivity, but it's actually the opposite. Surrender is the most powerful act of cooperation with the divine. It means saying, "I will do my part, but I trust the universe to do the rest." It's not laziness, it's wisdom. It's knowing when to plant the seed and when to stop digging it up to check if it's growing. And when you begin to live this way with deep trust, instead of constant tension, something remarkable happens. Synchronicity. You start to find yourself in the right place at the right time more often. The right people cross your path effortlessly. The right opportunities appear without force. You realize that flow doesn't mean inaction, it means aligned action. You stop chasing what's not meant for you, and what is meant for you starts coming with ease. Still, even those who've learned to flow forget sometimes. You'll still have days where you fall back into fear, where uncertainty shakes you and the urge to control returns. That's okay. Flow isn't a permanent state. It's a practice. The goal isn't perfection. It's awareness. When you catch yourself resisting, simply breathe and return. Remind yourself, I don't have to know how this ends. I just have to stay present in this moment. The more you practice this, the more you begin to notice the beauty in uncertainty. What once terrified you begins to feel liberating. You realize that not knowing what comes next is not a curse, it's a gift. It's life's way of keeping you curious, humble, and awake. Certainty might feel comfortable, but it's also a cage. Uncertainty is where creativity, growth, and miracles live. Flow teaches you to trust change instead of fear it, to stop clinging to what's ending and start preparing for what's beginning. To see endings not as failures, but as transitions. The leaf doesn't mourn when it falls, it knows it's part of the tree's cycle. Why should you fear change when you are part of the same living rhythm? When you truly understand this, peace becomes your natural state. You stop fighting to make things permanent in a world where everything is temporary. You stop expecting certainty from a reality built on impermanence. You start living like the river, moving, adapting, accepting. You begin to understand that control is not the goal of life. Participation is. You are not here to master the current. You are here to become one with it. Flowing with life means becoming soft without being weak, humble without losing your fire, still without becoming stagnant. It means acting with clarity but releasing attachment to outcome. It means trusting that the same intelligence that moves the stars also moves through you, and that it knows what it's doing. The deeper you trust this flow, the more effortless life becomes. Not because challenges vanish, but because you stop fighting them. You begin to see that every wave, no matter how rough, carries you closer to where you're meant to be. You stop needing to control every ripple because you realize you are not separate from the ocean. Sometimes you'll flow through joy, and sometimes through grief, sometimes through love, and sometimes through loss. But all of it is sacred movement. Every experience adds depth to your river. The calm sections teach you peace. The rapids teach you strength. The quiet bends teach you reflection. The waterfalls teach you surrender. Every twist is essential, and perhaps the most beautiful part is this. When you stop trying to control life, you begin to notice how beautifully it's already working. How much grace is already present. How much guidance is already around you. You realize you've been carried all along, even through the storms. That nothing was ever truly against you. That every detour was secretly divine. So, the next time life shifts unexpectedly, when plans crumble or doors close, instead of panicking, pause. Take a breath. Feel the river beneath your feet. Remind yourself, I am not the storm. I am the sky that holds it. You are not here to resist life's flow, you are here to ride it. Let go of the need to know where it's taking you. Let go of the illusion that you can control every outcome. Let go of the fear that surrender means loss. Because when you let go, you don't lose. You gain freedom. You gain peace. You gain alignment. You cannot stop the river. You cannot change its direction. But you can learn to move with it, with grace, awareness, and faith. That's what it means to live wisely. That's what it means to be awake. You were never meant to control the flow of life, only to trust it. And when you finally do, you'll see that it has been carrying you home all along. Let life lead you. The path you resist is often the one your soul chose. There comes a moment in every seeker's journey when everything you thought you wanted begins to change shape. The dreams you once chased with burning passion start to feel heavy. The people you thought would walk beside you forever begin to drift away. The road you were so sure of begins to crumble beneath your feet. In confusion, you look up at the sky and ask, "Why is this happening to me? Why is life taking me away from what I wanted most?" But what if it isn't life taking something from you? What if it's life leading you toward where you're meant to go? What if the very path you're resisting is the one your soul chose long before you were born? You see, we often believe we are the authors of our destiny, that if we plan, decide, and work hard enough, we can shape life exactly as we wish. But the more you awaken, the more you begin to realize that life has its own intelligence, a higher rhythm beyond your understanding. You are not writing the story alone, you are co-creating it with the universe. And sometimes, the universe's edits feel like chaos. The truth is, every soul comes into this world with lessons it must learn, not lessons of the mind, but lessons of the spirit. Lessons about surrender, compassion, trust, forgiveness, patience, and love. And those lessons rarely come in comfortable forms. They come disguised as loss, change, delay, and uncertainty. Life will always lead you toward the situations that awaken what's asleep within you. It will guide you not toward what is easy, but toward what is necessary for your evolution. In Buddhism, there is a deep understanding of this principle, the law of Dharma, which means living in alignment with the path your soul was meant to walk. Your Dharma is not something you find, it's something you remember. It reveals itself slowly, through both joy and struggle, through synchronicities and setbacks. The things you resist the most are often the very things guiding you home to that Dharma. Resistance is the first reaction of the mind when life begins to move in directions it doesn't understand. The ego believes it knows what's best. It clings to plans, to expectations, to identities. It says, "This is how my life should look." But life, vast, ancient, and infinitely wiser, whispers, "No, child, there's more." And so it begins to rearrange things. People exit, doors close, chapters end. The mind panics, but the soul smiles because it recognizes the pattern. It knows that endings are merely the beginning of truth. You are not being punished when things fall apart. You are being redirected toward your soul's intention. You may think you've lost your way, but in reality, you're being pulled onto the road you were always meant to walk. Sometimes that pull feels gentle, like a breeze nudging you toward change. Other times, it feels violent, like a storm, tearing away everything you thought was certain. But in both, the purpose is the same, to bring you closer to alignment. Consider the river. When it meets a rock, it doesn't fight to go straight. It curves, flows around, and continues forward. The rock doesn't stop the river, it shapes it. Every obstacle you meet in life is like that rock, not a barrier, but a sculptor. It gives your soul depth, direction, and flow. When you resist the rock, you suffer. When you flow around it, you grow. You may not understand the wisdom of your detours now, but one day you will. You'll look back and see that the opportunities you lost were never meant to be yours. The heartbreaks that devastated you were cleansing your heart for deeper love. The delays that frustrated you were teaching you patience and humility. The silence that scared you was training you to listen to your intuition. Every twist in your path had purpose. The mind fears uncertainty because it craves control. It wants the map before the journey. But the soul knows that maps are useless when you're walking a sacred path, because the road changes as you change. Each choice you make opens new landscapes of possibility. The path unfolds through presence, not prediction. To truly let life lead you, You must first learn to trust it, even when you don't understand it. Trust that there is wisdom in what's happening. Trust that every closed door is protecting you from something that could not nurture your growth. Trust that every redirection is a response to a prayer you may have forgotten you made. Trust that every ending is life's way of making room for what's next. There is an old Zen teaching that says, when the student stops chasing the path starts chasing the student. In other words, when you stop forcing life to fit your expectations, life begins to reveal its own rhythm, one that is far more aligned than anything your mind could have planned. The universe moves with precision. It's not random. It's not cruel. It simply unfolds according to the readiness of your heart. Sometimes you'll find that what once felt like your dream no longer fits. You'll outgrow the things you prayed for. You'll lose interest in what once consumed you. This is not failure, it's evolution. You are not meant to stay the same. The soul sheds desires like the snake sheds skin. Each layer represents a chapter completed, a truth learned, a self transformed. When you let those old skins go, you create space for who you are becoming. Letting life lead you doesn't mean you stop dreaming. It means you stop attaching your worth to outcomes. It means you take inspired action, but release obsession over results. You learn to say, this or something better. You give your effort fully, but allow the universe to handle the timing. You show up each day with open hands rather than clenched fists. That's when grace can flow through you. The Buddha once said, let go or be dragged. This is the essence of surrender. When you resist life's natural flow, you get dragged by your own expectations, fears, and illusions. You fight battles that don't need to be fought. You tire yourself trying to swim upstream against the current of your own becoming. But when you let go, truly let go, you are no longer dragged. You are carried. Surrender is not weakness. It's wisdom. It's realizing that life's intelligence is greater than your plans. It's saying, I trust the unfolding, even when I don't understand the direction. When you live with this kind of faith, you stop needing to control everything. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad. You begin to see everything as sacred movement, all of it necessary, all of it connected. You realize that the universe has never made a mistake with you. Not once. The relationships that ended, they ended to free you from lessons learned. The waiting that stretched your patience, it stretched it so you could hold greater blessings. The heartbreak that broke you, it broke you, so your light could shine through the cracks. Even your pain has been holy. Even your confusion has been a kind of compass. There's a hidden truth in every disappointment. Life removes what no longer serves your higher evolution. When you fight that removal, you suffer. When you accept it, you evolve. The people who leave make space for deeper connections. The opportunities that close redirect you toward better ones. The delays that frustrate you align you with divine timing. The sooner you trust this rhythm, the lighter you become. To let life lead you is to dance with the unknown, to stop standing rigid in fear and instead move with grace through uncertainty. It's to remember that you are not separate from life, you are life. The same force that makes stars burn and oceans move also beats in your chest. You are not here to conquer existence, you are here to experience it. When you truly allow life to lead, you begin to see meaning everywhere. The coincidences that once felt random start to look like messages. The people you meet feel divinely timed. The challenges that arise feel like mirrors, showing you what still needs healing. You realize that life has always been speaking to you. You were just too focused on control to listen. Sometimes, the greatest act of courage is to take your hands off the wheel and trust that you're still moving in the right direction. Because you are. Even the detours are divine. The path your mind resists is often the very one your soul designed. Think about the butterfly again. The caterpillar doesn't resist the cocoon. It enters willingly. It doesn't rush the transformation. It surrenders completely to darkness. It trusts that the same nature that guided it to crawl will teach it to fly. You are no different. Your cocoon, the dark, uncertain, in-between season, is not your prison, it's your passage. If you could see your future self, you'd understand why this moment had to happen exactly as it is. You'd see how every heartbreak is shaping your heart for the love that's meant to stay. How every failure is building resilience for the purpose that's waiting ahead. How every silence is deepening your intuition for the guidance that's on its way. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. So stop resisting the flow of your own unfolding. Stop fighting to keep what's already trying to leave. Stop mourning the path that has ended. Instead, whisper, "Thank you. Thank you for the lessons, the redirections, the transformations. Thank you for what was and for what is becoming. Because what is meant for you will never miss you, and what misses you was never meant to stay. You are safe in this journey. You are exactly where you are supposed to be. The path may twist and turn, but it has never abandoned you. Every step, even the painful ones, is guiding you home to yourself. Let life lead you. Trust that even the chaos is choreography. Trust that even your resistance has meaning. Trust that the universe knows your destination better than your doubts do. You are not lost. You are being led by hands you cannot see, but that have never let go of you. And one day, when you look back, you will see how perfectly it all fit together, every heartbreak, every detour, every delay. You'll realize that what you resisted the most was what saved you, that what you thought was the wrong road was actually the only one that could bring you home. So breathe. Step back into the flow. Let go of your grip on the steering wheel of fate. Let life lead. Because it always has, and it always will. If there is one truth that threads through every principle, every lesson, and every storm you've walked through, it is this: life was never against you. It has always been guiding you through detours, delays, silence, and surprises toward the exact growth your soul came here to experience. Every moment of confusion was an invitation to trust deeper. Every loss was a clearing. Every waiting season was a preparation. You were never forgotten. You were never late. You were never lost. You were being shaped. Like the river carving its way through rock, life has been carving wisdom into you, slowly, patiently, lovingly. The pain that once felt meaningless now reveals its pattern. The waiting that once felt empty now glows with quiet purpose. What you thought were interruptions were actually introductions to strength, to surrender, to yourself. The universe delays nothing. You receive when you are ready to receive, you see when you are ready to see, and you rise when your soul is ready to rise. The divine timing that once frustrated you is the same timing that will one day make you whisper in awe. It all happened exactly as it was meant to. Trust where you are, even when it feels uncertain. Trust the pauses, the endings, the shifts you didn't choose. Trust that there is meaning beneath every movement of your life, even when your mind cannot grasp it. Because life, like water, flows with intelligence far beyond logic. You are not separate from that flow. You are that flow. The same current that moves the stars and oceans moves through you. So stop fighting the river. Stop doubting its direction. Let it carry you. Let it teach you. Let it transform you. And one day, when you look back, you'll see that every fall led you closer to awakening. Every delay deepened your peace, and every storm taught you how to dance in the rain. You'll smile and realize that there was never a wrong turn, only the sacred path of your becoming. So, breathe, soften, and trust. The universe knows exactly what it's doing with you. You are in the flow. You are part of the flow. You have always been.